Hi, and welcome back. We are covering the British Junior Championships and from half one till half two, and then the main tournament at 2:30. So let's have a look. Now it looks like round two is underway, and we're going to start off with the under eights. And
we seem to have landed on board two here. So this is Kushal Chakriya against Budana Sivananandan. Well, this position is looking very good for White. So White's a piece up, and E7 is happening, which is going to net another rook. Let's have a little look how that game went then. That was a Queen's Indian, G3 Queen's Indian, and Black plays D5, which is normally Black delays that a little bit, just to I suppose just react a little bit more subtly to White's development scheme. So knight e5, knight c6, knight c6 against just slightly uglier, I suppose, and bishop comes onto c6 where it's not protected, and the c file is going to be opened, and this bishop is on that diagonal. So not maybe just a little bit awkward for Black in terms of development.
Now I've played Kushal before, the player who's playing White here. In the event, there was, I don't know if you remember the Chess Fest. You do remember because you were there. You came along, but the Chess Fest event. There was at Trafalgar Square. The day before that, there was a tournament near Marylebone, out in the open air, and I played Kushal, and he a very talented junior player. He is coached, I think, by Alexis Harakis. Yes, and a very young player. He was very tiny when in our game, and I don't know whether you'd call it sacrificed or lost. I was a couple of pawns down anyway, but I had play for it. And I did manage to win in the end, but he was a tough old player, was Kushal.
Tough young player, I think.
Tough young, indeed. Yes, tough old is not right at all. I think he might be 6, actually. I think he's very young.
My goodness. So let's have a look how the game proceeded. So castles. Bishop takes c3, b takes c3, castles.
Queen and that tournament, by the way, was his first ever over the board tournament. He'd only ever played online because of lockdown, and
oh wow,
yeah. So the clock was a new experience for him.
Indeed.
But I guess that's going to be the same for quite a lot of the players in this event, because they're all very young.
Yeah, I mean, certainly their most recent experience in the past year and a half will have been online chess, and they can't have played too many over the board tournaments before that if they're under 8s or under 10s, really. So. This is very sensible play indeed. Grabbing the center now, developing the bishop, rooks to the center, all good stuff. White's clearly better there. I mean, 2 bishops, strong center, plenty of possibilities to expand in the center and on the queen side. So White nabs a pawn. c3, queen takes d6, and e6 is a little bit weak, so bishop c4, and then White plays to exchange off the queens there, and it is actually just an extra pawn. And I suppose the most annoying thing for Black really is that the bishop on b5 doesn't really have a good spot, and I mean that's going to interfere somewhat with the with Black's defenses here. I think bishop e6 already, bishop takes c6 would have been quite decent, but this was just a good move. Bishop d7, takes, rook c7, at rook d6, and now bishop b5. So it's actually just winning a piece, because bishop takes b5 will allow rook c8 check.
That's a nice little tactic there by White.
That is a nice little tactic. So rook d4, bishop d7, and then we ended up basically in the position that we saw, just putting the bishop on g6, lovely, sort of pinning the black king to the back rank, and then you just very nice play, get the king nice and active, and then push your passed e-pawn all the way through. Very nice game. Very nice game indeed. Yeah. You can see that he's won there now. So yeah, very mature game there from the white player. Let's have a look. Just have a look through the other games. We'll see how it goes. Whoa, Natasha! This is definitely a Natasha.
Another Mora.
This is what we
like. This is what I like anyway. When I say this is what we like, it's what I like. E5. Okay. Oh. Yes. Now E5 is actually it's normally a little bit later than that. It's like
well, Black's played knight F6 very early there.
Yeah. Yeah. So the trick is if you take that, then there's a bishop F7, and that picks up the queen. The queen will be undefended.
And indeed, well, we can see that it didn't happen the first time, but the second time round.
Oh gosh, it's all on the board. Another quick Mora win. People are going to start thinking the Mora is sound.
Well, no, what is it? Engines assess it as round equal, so it doesn't lose anyway, you know. So
yes, it is sound.
Well, no,
if you like that type of position, then you go for it.
It's but yeah, this was
but not so popular at the top level, let's say.
No, indeed. So queen, queen for a piece, and that led to a win for white there, of course. So then we had Zoe Veselo against Dildarav Lishroy Genghis Paratsan, okay. So this was a sort of an offbeat opening from Black. E6, sort of a hippopotamus sort of thingy. Slightly unusual move order. Yeah, we're back into a hippopotamus here. Normally Black delays a little bit the castling, plays H6, knight D7. Oh, pardon me. Black played castles. Queen D2, knight D7. H6 and C5. C5 is a little bit risky in this position. I think normally you'd want to have A6 in. Hey, go Jetta. Just to stop the knight coming to B5. Because after C5, there's going to be a lot of pressure.
Ah, which one's your brother, Go Jetta, in the under 10s? We'll make sure we look at it.
Knight C5 and B4. Okay, so White actually picked up a pawn there, which was pretty good. I suppose the only thing that White had to watch out for here was the this little logjam of pieces.
Ah, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
This little logjam of pieces on the C file, and well, Black indeed exploited this somewhat in order to get some sort of compensation. So yeah, I mean, White's a pawn up, but some weak light squares all over the place there. Actually, the players here, they agreed a draw in this position. So I don't know. It's kind of unclear.
You could play this. You could still play some more.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the Black king side is quite weak here. So moves like H4 to H5 seem pretty tempting to me. I would expect, or knight H2 to G4 even, actually. You know, just targeting these squares. I'd expect White to be better somehow, but okay, a draw agreed in this game. Should we have a look at
yes, let's look at Aditya. So board 7.
Still going, indeed. Ooh, okay. Complicated position. So let's have a little look how that went.
I'm going to say visually, Black's pieces looked very active there.
They certainly did, indeed. So this is a we transposed into a semi-Slav. Could be the sharpest one. This is the Moscow variation, and White's got two ideas. Bishop H4 is the anti-Moscow gambit, very, very sharp. Favorite of Alpha Zero, and Bishop F6 is nice and quiet. But Aditya didn't play it quietly, because after D takes C4, rather than pawn on C4, White went for something very sharp. E4 to E5. queen d8, a4, a6 takes, bishop e2, bishop e7. Yeah, I mean, it's quite a typical idea to put the pawn to e5, even as a pawn sacrifice as well. Just in this case, missing a dark squared bishop. Yeah, I mean, white's going to c6 to c5 is going to come in quite quickly, and then the dark squares you might suffer a little bit. So, in general, I think probably this pawn sacrifice has not been completely successful for white. b3, so breaking it up at least. Queen b3, bishop a6. We need to do something about these pieces. They're not looking in good shape at the moment. So white doubles up on the c file. Just trying to. I think white at the moment is in a bit of survival mode, basically, just trying to avoid losing anything. But it's getting more and more difficult now, I'm afraid.
Okay.
So
go, Jessica. I'm assuming you are cheering for your brother rather than cheering against your brother. I know some kids would cheer against their brother, but I'm assuming you're cheering for your brother.
Indeed. Yeah, this is a very difficult position for
white. Yeah.
Probably after rook a2, maybe go rook a8, something like that, you know, and just the white queen. But being good,
good friends with the opponent as well. Oh, that's a split loyalty then.
Yeah, so this is going to be quite tricky for white here. Just with the queen being short of squares and black being so well developed there. So yeah. I mean, brave pawn sacrifice in the opening didn't quite work out there, but a good typical idea. Definitely a well-known theme, but probably just a little bit. Just falling a little bit short in this game. Okay, that's good. Should we?
You can see Arseni again.
Oh, we certainly can. Here we are. Oh, that seems to be going quite well for him. This is against rock u, c4, e6, knight c3, d5. So we've got our queen's gambit declined. Sort of a Carlsbad structure here. e3, bishop b4, very aggressive from Arseni there. Just normally the bishop goes to e7 or to d6 even to swap itself off the dark square bishop, but black counter-attacking against c3 straight away. Shouldn't really work actually, because white can cover the stuff quite easily there. So yeah, normally this wouldn't be so successful, this maneuver, bishop g4. And
I guess you can force that bishop either to exchange or go back, and it might help if you're ever later going to be doing, castle, whatever. If you're ever later going to be doing a plan with b4, it's kind of helping you get that one in earlier.
Yeah, and f3 helps e4, so it's a generally useful move, this. So in principle, I think white's doing quite nicely from the opening. c5, now king f2, which is maybe, we could probably just achieve the same effect with castles, I would have thought. So that's king f2 is a slightly strange move. Takes, c4, b2.
I'm trying to think what white's thinking. My theory is white is wanting to push the h pawn if black castles kingside and have the rook behind it.
Yeah, maybe the idea was to play g4, h4, and that sort of stuff. So that's quite possible. Knight h5, and now bishop g3. That's a little bit unfortunate, needing to swap off that dark squared bishop, really.
G6. You could come into d6, couldn't you?
Yeah, I'm thinking that we'll have queen b6. It's a little bit hard to keep that bishop going any longer. So okay, so g6, e4 castles. I mean, really, I think in this sort of position, white would, you'd be saying play your rooks to the center and get your king back to g1 sometime, really. Because here it was a little bit risky. White opened up the center here in order to win a pawn, so there's a definite reason to it. But yeah, this king is still slightly exposed here, which gives black plenty of chances, for the pawn. So queen g5, queen c1, queen f6, rook d8, and knight c5. And there's a big threat in there. Ooh, that white actually ends up missing. Oh my goodness.
Knight e4, uh-oh.
Indeed. So white went bishop e5 and now knight e4.
Okay. It's okay. You're not just losing a queen because the other queen's on priest too.
Yeah, now in the game, king g1 happened, and this ended up with, well, actually quite interesting. White could have gone on e4 here as well, but took on e5, and then after knight d2, black was up a piece. So that worked out very well for black. I mean, what I'm just wondering about, actually, is when I see knight e4, is king e3 possible?
King e3. You could move your queen off, priest, couldn't you?
Yeah, but then I'm going to take the knight on e4.
Take the knight.
Because if you go queen g5 check, I just take on e4, which looks a little bit risky, but I don't see how you're going to exploit that.
Oh, so could we just do the same, take on e5?
Yeah, but then I'll take off and take off. I'm not going to be a piece down. I'll be a pawn up instead.
Yeah.
So I think king e3 was probably quite decent. White, white maybe missed a couple of things, and yeah, now a piece down, and yeah, this is looking very, very good for black here. I'm playing quite aggressively with a king, but I think the king is going to get forced back as well. So looking good for a black win in this game.
What about Alana Ashton, who played a very nice game in round 1?
What?
Is it? How did we get to that? No, maybe they set up the body. Let's see. Let's see if we actually ended up in that position.
So this is a Scheveningen.
Schliemann.
This is a Schliemann indeed. e5, knight takes e5, takes. Yeah, this is a known line. Queen d7. They don't normally do that. They normally go queen d5 or queen g5.
Gosh, you think there must be tactics here? Can you like go queen h5? You can't. Well, they've done it. Queen h5.
Yeah, no. This is g6, queen e5. Ooh, bishop c4. Queen e6. And bishop e6 played, which was good, but I guess knight d8 check was even stronger in this position. But takes, knight d4, takes. Oh, it could well be that everything got...
this? What a funny position. Gosh.
Yes, no, everything got taken indeed. Check. Takes, check. And black resigned.
Well done, Alana. So it was the Mora the first time, wasn't it? And
yeah. So no, excellent. This worked out very, very well. This Alana, crazy game.
Okay.
We've still got a live game going. Let's have a look. So this is looking like Jacob Liu is the exchange and a pawn up against Rukaya Rida. What have we got here? So e4, e5 here. Game quite popular. Bishop e3 very popular as well. I'm wondering whether I saw that recommended in a book of openings for juniors. Actually, I think it's ringing a bell really, because it's not a normal move to play. So bishop b6, castles, knight bd2. The idea of it is simply that if bishop takes e3, then f takes e3 opens the f file. And, by cutting out the bishop, you're cutting out all this, a lot of threats against your king, basically. So, yeah, I go Jetta. I think the sack was too aggressive. So b4, a6. Okay, and now takes. And, yeah, we've we've got a nice little edge there because we've damage the black pawn structure there. It's not a terrible pawn structure for black. Actually, probably the nicest thing to do now would be to play a4 and stop black from playing b5. But yeah, so the rook e1, bishop e6, h3, rook c8, a3. I would have gone a4 myself, really, to stop the pawn b6 to b5 happening, and I would have played b5 with black. But knight c4, very nice. Queen c7. Ooh, wow! This is a nice little combination here. Look at this, knight b6.
I haven't seen it yet.
So queen takes b6, queen e6 check.
And take on e7.
Take on e7. Now, unfortunately, there is a slight flaw to this plan.
And the queen get out again.
Well, because you could actually just play king h8, and after queen e7, then rook c8 would actually trap the queen.
Yeah.
But black played the much more natural rook f7 and was hit by knight takes e5.
Very nice. Using the pin, that d pawn's pinned.
Exactly. So exactly. So what do we get? We got rook d8, takes. But it's 3 pawns and a rook for 2 knights, which is, that's a really good, material balance there. Knight f4, queen d6, or when we get the queens off, that's even more perfect. So, this was very clever. Rook f8 and g4, and my goodness, we seem to be picking up another knight as well. Very nice play, very sharp play. Takes, king h2, rook e8, rook e3. Nice and solid, very good. Chase the knight back and rook e1. e4, rook d3. Ooh, yeah, that's very nice. King forced to the side. So we'll probably go rook f7. Rook f7 is quite good. Knight d5, then rook e8, and then we just go to rook f8, and we're just going to try and double up the rooks on the 8th file.
Yeah, rook e7 is less good because you've got knight d5.
Yeah, although rook b7.
Although you can go rook. You don't lose, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, rook b7 would still be a winning ending. Rook d7 would pin the knight to the rook. So no,
either works.
Either works. So this is looking pretty clear. Very nice game from Jacob. Just that wasn't quite right, the combination, but lovely imagination to see that. Let's have a look. So Daniel Pitts had a very long game the round before, but this one was quicker somehow. So Caracan, this very popular David Howe variation. Actually, it's actually the Korchnoi variation, because Korchnoi played it in the late 70s, and then somehow he stopped playing it and nobody really picked it up. But it's just ended up being a very good system. I always tell the story that David Howe is one of Magnus Carlsen's seconds, and he taught him this opening. And the first time after playing it, Magnus said, "I'll never play this again." And then he repeated it again against Jan Christoph Duda. I mean, God, it was a very unclear game, but Magnus lost that game in the end, and that ended his long unbeaten streak. So hasn't been a successful opening for Magnus, but it's nowadays, if you look at Caracan books, this is the line that's being recommended for black players, all over the place. Whereas compare it to Caracan books from 4 or 5 years ago, and the variations they were recommending were completely different. So very revisiting of an old variation, basically, and making it the world champion curse opening. That's a pretty good description, Go Jetta. So basically, it is quite difficult. It's more difficult for white than you think to get an edge against it, and certainly there's a lot of variations where black brings the bishop back, lines up with the queen, and then just gets delivered mate. So quite a difficult opening to play against. So, now this cost a pawn, in actual fact, knight e5, takes, and cd.
And you can't take that one just because of
h2.
h2.
b3, queen c7, rook d1, rook d8. Rook takes d5, rook d8. Yeah, so actually, maybe black had some specific idea there, but no, just let white recapture the pawn. So in principle, this was not looking too bad for white again. Just quite even. But somehow, yeah, swapping off the rooks. You've got to be careful with this sort of swapping off the rooks, because here you've just really given black an entry channel really, and that he didn't have it before, so there was no need. C3, Queen D3 played, and here unfortunately white missed black's threat. Queen B1, and this was checkmate.
Yeah, so you could stop that with what, G3 would stop it.
Yeah, you got to be a bit careful because G3.
Then you go bishop G3. I mean, the previous move you could have done G3 to stop it before playing C3.
Yeah, I mean here maybe G4 or something, but we've got to be a little bit careful. I mean the white queen's just a little bit offside really, so if anyone's got an edge, it's going to be black here. So, but I think simply in this position, there's absolutely no need to do anything. I mean. You could just play C3 here, for example, and rook D5, Queen D5, and white's got control of the D file. I think really those natural captures where you sort of say, "Oh, okay, I'll capture something." Yeah, those are things you've got to try and I guess and get rid of in your game. And just a move like C3 covers all the threats. These remain active, and if rook D5, Queen D5, white's got the D file. I mean, really, if anyone should be better in this position, it's white because of the side pawn majority, and this king side pawn majority is not doing anything. Yeah, I think it's good. It's a good point there. Don't automatically capture stuff. Try and make. Often the best thing is to force people to capture your stuff in these situations, and then they bring your pieces onto better squares. When white exchanges twice on D8. The queen's brought to a better square, and well, that's what led to all the disaster, basically. So hard luck, Daniel. Well done, Kai. Whoa.
I'm just wondering if Kai is the same Kai that sometimes plays in the online events.
Could be.
Who's read Game Changer.
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah. Well, maybe Kai will tell. If it's that Kai, they can tell us.
So this is Rezin Katabay against Jan Murawski. So another Italian game, very popular at the junior level. Always has been, to be honest. C3, D4. Oh, quite a sharp. Oh, good lord. What happened there? He takes C5 and Queen D5. Oh, it's well known.
I think I've fallen into this one before. So, is it not? Is this not? This is what's happening here. Black won this game.
Yeah, but black was just a piece down.
Yeah, I think I've done this thing for black before, and it's
so slightly careless move there. Bishop G5, running into to F6. Although part of me is wondering actually whether E takes F6 was possible. I think it was.
So E takes F6, Queen takes E4.
F takes G7.
F takes G7. Now the rook doesn't have any safe square. And so rook F8, but then do you pin the queen to the king or something?
Well, yeah, I've even got bishop H6, which is incredibly unpleasant as well. But I mean, I just got rook E1 after. So yeah, I mean, what you could do, I suppose, is go rook G8, bishop G8, queen G6. But I can't believe it. I think this is going to be. I think you'll get your king's too compressed there. So I think E takes F6 would have worked actually, but white went bishop F4, and then D takes C5, bishop G3. So at least black's got a pawn and a bit of a center for the piece, but it obviously shouldn't be enough. Oh,
yeah, take.
That's not good. That's not good. The white's still a piece up.
Yeah, as John M says, exchanging off you. You still want to care about whether the piece you're exchanging is better than the other piece, so that the bishop on D5 was perfectly good, and it just makes black's bishop more active.
Yeah, yeah. This is. I mean, you know, it's just starting to look much more reasonable, and yeah. I mean, there's no really clear way for white to do very much. So yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
your piece.
because even though exchanges in general are good, it doesn't mean all exchanges are going to be good.
Exactly. And this goes nasty very quickly. Here probably black's winning already. You know, just with all that power bearing down on the king. So yeah, very powerful. So I think, you know, from there the lesson is, I mean, first of all, you know, when you've just won a piece like that, probably that's the moment of maximum attention, really, where you know, you just watch out to make sure that you don't give your opponent a chance straight away, but you know, you just survive any activity that he's got for the next few moves. So bishop g5 was a little bit risky, though. I think if you calculated e takes f6, probably is just pretty good for white. But yeah, and then afterwards, this I mean, to be honest, you know, putting the bishop on g3 is a strange move as well, because it's just biting against a pawn there. Bishop e3 would be a very good move, you know, to exchange off the. I mean, you wouldn't even need to go bishop f4 first. Bishop e3 just for exchange off the dark square bishops would be, you know, very, very sensible as well. You know, and just reduce, you know, the active capacity of the pieces, because the exchange that white went for in the end, e6, was just increasing black's activity actually, and then you just spent 2 moves just to exchange off a piece and increase, you know, the opponent's activity. So yeah, just you know, just need to be careful. I think, you know, the first thing to be is careful when you've just had a big gain. You know, try and that's when you need to concentrate at your maximum to.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about that. It probably, maybe white got a bit nervous and thinking they're playing a strong player and they've won this piece, and then I've got to not mess it up. That's how you.
Yeah,
that's how.
Absolutely. I mean, that can, you know, that can definitely happen, and I think, you know, everyone gets nervous about that. But yeah, I mean, the only way that you can get around it is, you know, just at this moment, you invest a bit of time, you know, readjust to circumstances. Oh, I'm a piece up. I hadn't expected that to happen that early, and then just you know, work out what's in the position, the tactics, and everything, and you know, just works. And either you could decide to go bishop g5 if you're very confident in your tactics, or, you know, simply rook e1, for example, would be you know, holds everything, you're just a piece up, and then you're even threatening bishop g5 on top. So yeah, you know, I mean, I think yeah, I think it's quite important to you know, to get to grips with that sort of technique, because
so like when the game changes, to have a little think and adjust.
Yeah, even if it's changing positively for you, you know, I mean, that's the even if the game changes positive for you, you have to readjust, you know, because you were expecting a tough fight and you know, going to be tight all the way through, and then all of a sudden you've got a great position. Well, you need to readjust, you know, think you know, from that point of view, and you know, and I think what you need to do. So that would be my, you know, that would really be my recommendation for those things. So I think that what happened is that white got, you know, maybe a bit nervous, excited, and didn't really readjust to the situation, and essentially ended up playing some just some not so good positional moves. You know, bishop g3, which is biting against these pawns, rather than simply bishop e3, for example, swapping off the dark square bishops, and then this move bishop d5 takes c6, just giving up the 2 bishops, you know, and even because you're a pawn up, you're a piece up rather, it doesn't mean that you can't, you know, that you can't lose. And I mean, you know, really by this stage, I think, you know, I would rather I'd rather take black than white, basically, you know, much rather, in actual fact. So it's changed very quickly, you know. So so yeah, that's a bit of a shame, but hopefully also a good lesson for you know, for white, just to yeah, you know, just to make those sort of advantages count, you know, in the future. Harry Bryant. Oh, that was a quick game.
Ooh, I can see a queen on h8 there.
Evans Gambit again.
Another Evans Gambit. Was it Harry that played it before? It wasn't, was it? It was that was
No,
in the under eights.
Harry was black against Jan Murawski in the first round. Played that excellent King's Indian. So d4, ooh, f6. That's very Steinitzian somehow. But this was not a good idea. Queen h5 check, g6, queen e5 check, and white has a choice of material here. Takes, castles, queen f7, rook e1, and black resigns.
In honesty, that f6 is probably not good, is it? Because it just opens up the king. I've got someone who always plays f6 against me in blitz chess, and I'm always getting in queen h5 check and just winning.
Yeah. I mean, in principle, it's a very bad move to play f6 in a king's pawn opening. You just never want to do this. Emil's. Sorry, that's right. Sorry, it wasn't Jan Murawski. It was Emil's. That's right.
Thank you.
And yeah, you never want to go f6, especially when the bishop's on the a2 g8 diagonal already. I mean, you see some lines where with the bishop on b5, black plays f6 and d6 and that sort of stuff, but with a bishop on c4, it's a real...
I did it in this symbol by mistake one time because I was playing a mixture of white and black games. So I was and sort of the board, you know, like where the pieces are on the board. If you're playing white and black, it's sort of left, right mirror. And I played this f6, like thinking it was a bit like c3. And the symbol was being commentated, and the whole way through, this commentator is saying Natasha did a mouse slip. This is a terrible move. And it turned out terrible, and I lost the game. But
oh no!
Yeah, that was David Okaiki was commentating.
Ah, right. Okay, so this is quite good. Let's have a look at Alfred Soulier against Cameron Grozer. How did that one go? D4. So we got a Slav, semi-Slav. Ooh, Bishop G5, very popular. Bishop G5. Wonder whether Alpha Zero's influenced that. E3. So this is the classical Queen's Gambit decline from Black. Quite solid. Not particularly exciting. Yeah, I mean, just a personal thing, but I did play the Queen's Gambit decline, this sort of thing, when I was a junior, but I found it quite. I didn't find it anything for me, really. You know, I found the positions quite
soul destroying.
Yeah, dull, and I couldn't really show anything of myself, really. And experienced players always seem to, you know, to push me and give me no space. So, you know, I switched to more open things like, you know, the real Slav, not the semi-Slav, and the Queen's Gambit accepted. You know, and that worked much better. You know, I think. So I don't know.
Yeah. I definitely think as a junior, you should try out different things and see what you actually do like.
Absolutely. But I think that, you know, just in general, if you're looking at a default opening, I think one that gives you plenty of space, at least, and you know, room, free diagonals for your pieces, and a few open files. That's probably the easiest thing to play as a junior than the more complicated and turgid positions. You know, so I would, you know, I would really be my recommendation to start with, you know, just as a default. And yeah, you know, maybe you discover that you love those closed positions a lot, and that's great, you know, and you move on to those. But I think starting off with open positions is not bad. So Queen E2, flip off some pieces. Knight C7, ooh, and Knight takes A6. Just here that you know, you're sort of losing a pawn, and the rest of your position is just so solid that you're never going to have any counterplay here, you know. So the possibility that you just lose a game without any counterplay whatsoever is quite possible. And well, I decided as a junior that I didn't like that very much. C7, Rook C2, probably afraid of Rook DC1, Knight C5. I think probably the thing that White was worried about. So that's fine. Just go back and come back again afterwards. King C2. So control of the C file is fine. Probably what I would have done now, to be honest, is just played a move like G3, King G2, just made my king safe, and then afterwards maybe Rook C2, have everything protected, and then afterwards start doing stuff. This is maybe a little bit Oh, but this is very nice.
There you go, but it's a trick.
That was
White's
very
played this really well, don't you think?
that was very good. That was very, very good. Very sharp.
I mean, both players have played it well, but yeah, the whole game's
Yeah.
been good.
Very well played. The UK Grand Terror Final. No, I don't. We've other commentators have done the Terror Final in the past, haven't they? I think.
Yeah, we haven't planned to do that. I was going to say Sarah sometimes does it, but I think she's got a tiny kid, hasn't she? So I don't know. I don't know if or who is doing that particular one. When is that? Because I think that's round about now as well, isn't it?
Yeah, Terror Final, because wasn't Stanley going to play both or something?
Oh yeah, I think it must be right now. Yeah, no, we're I think mainly the British we're going to look at, but I would imagine other people are going to be doing the Terror Final.
Indeed, yeah, I would have thought so. I think it's I can't remember who's done it before, but I think that's definitely been commented on before. Let's have a look. How is this game going? We left it at Rook A3, so White battling bravely there to keep control. Ooh, Queen A6. So we've lost a few pawns now. 2 pawns down. Oh, Rook C1 would have been possible there. D3, but this is very methodical from Black. Very methodical here from Black, and yeah, I haven't seen a chance for White yet, really. So next weekend. Okay.
Next weekend at Blenheim Palace.
Blenheim Palace, Oxford. Wow, very nice.
Yeah, it does sound lovely, doesn't it? Yes. Okay, so this weekend the British and next weekend the Terror Final.
So this is
Arsenie's young players.
This is Arsenie's game against Rockyou, and well, it looks like a pawn F5 is going to go now. So
so what? Black's now a knight up, but
yeah, no, Black was a knight up already. I think the knight's safe, whatever happens, really. So
yeah, okay, yes.
So yeah, so that should be fine. Saying 1 minute. Oh yes, Black's got 1 minute left.
Okay.
In this game. So but
I think so. This is Go Jester's brother. Playing White.
Yes. Playing White. I mean, what's the time control actually? Is it increment, Natasha, or?
I don't know. Go Jester will know that kind of thing. I can find that. I'll find it. What you carry on talking, and I'll find out.
But yeah, I mean, Queen C3 is coming in, so and that's it's just sort of very hard to find anything for White to cause any problems for Black. You know, that's the thing you want to. If your opponent's short of time, you want to have something that you can make them think about. But this is quite tricky, really. It's 5 plus 10
rates of play. All moves in 50 minutes. With 10 minutes. 10 minutes per move added from move 1. Is the under 8s and 10s.
Okay, yeah, 10 seconds. That should be all right. Should be all right on that sort of increment. And as I said, I just don't really know. Queen C3 is coming in. I just can't think how you could avoid that exchange of queens. So yeah, going to be a tough one there. Let's just have a little look round. What's happened in the under 8 there?
Yeah, under 8s as well.
What have we got? We've got.
Are you going to be playing Go Jetter?
Oh yeah, George Chen we saw. This one we saw as well. That was 1-0. Zoe we saw as well. George Zhao against Sammy Cushion. Let's have a little look at that. D4. C4 knight C6. Ooh. Chigorin with a very unusual move. G3. Knight C3 or knight F3 are quite common. So E6, bishop G2, should be 4. An unusual setup from Black here, but normal advantage for White, basically. You know, the knight on C6 is a bit misplaced. You'd rather have a pawn on C6, but not absolutely critical yet.
Next year, Go Jetter. You'll be there.
Good general play from White here, just very solid, and now playing A3, B4, Knight H4, Queen Rook there, takes. Yeah, I mean the exchange is not doing a bad job here, but yeah, this pawn on D5 remains weak, and now
there's a sacrifice. Oh, there is. They're doing it.
Yeah, they're doing it.
They're doing
very
it.
Impressive. Takes E4. Now the big problem here. Well, I mean, the thing is, what Black could do here is just go back, sort of Queen D7, and then I'm not really sure how good that sacrifice has been, because these light squares are incredibly weak on the king's side. But Black took the pawn and then got hit by the old rookie one Rooney, which is rather nasty, because if the queen moves away, then rook e8, checkmate. So Black had to play rook e1, queen e1, queen e1, and yeah, this is just winning, of course, for White. So yeah, brave sacrifice there. Probably not completely sound, but I think, I mean, what I was actually thinking more of was, could you just played e4 there straight away? You know, that would have been more what you'd expect to work, really, and that does work in actual fact, because after e4, rook takes d4, we go e takes f5, and we'll have that mate on e8. So e4 here would have been the move to play, rather than bishop takes d5. But yeah, well played, White. Deepak against Alex Gao. Have a quick look. Oh, well, this is two knights.
Okay, we like this. Now, yes, we do have this theoretical opening.
We've seen this opening before.
Many times before.
The normal move here is knight d5 from Black. We've seen quite a few games with this. We saw in the British Online Championship, we saw Freddie Gordon against Michael Adams, where Mickey got an advantage as Black, but wasn't able to put away Freddie Gordon, which was quite impressive. Yeah, I mean, there's a famous Alpha Zero game in this as well, and we saw a game in the Lawrence Cooper event between two young players, who's
Ravi Harrier.
No.
Marcus Harvey.
No, it's Irish I am now, and
Conor Murphy.
Conor Murphy, that's the one. Sorry, I'm losing my breath. I've played him as well, so I know him fine. But yeah, so yeah, I mean, actually, Conor Murphy was White, I think, and got into a little bit of trouble here, but I think eventually emerged with the win anyway. But yeah, I mean, I quite like these positions for Black. Knight e4 is maybe a little bit, but okay, it's not so bad either. I mean, you're coming in with f3 and e4. I mean, feels like some sort of attack. So queen c7, h3, rook d8, bishop e3, and now c5.
C5, and this lets the knight come back to.
Yeah, probably would have been better to preface it with rook b8 actually, because here White plays knight b5 and gets your two bishops, which is a little bit.
No.
And and then there was a bit of a tactical exchange here. Queen d2, hitting the knight on a5, and Black thought, I think, that he had a really clever idea here, but unfortunately
clever, but bishop f3 defends.
Indeed. Then after queen c8, takes, c takes d3. It's an extra piece for White. And
I always cheer for Black on this opening, because I play it for Black sometimes. But it does often go wrong for Black. When it goes right, it's really you get a really nice game, but it does often go wrong.
Yeah, this is a bit unfortunate, that one. Then we've got a lot of wins for Black here. Victor Mitre against Qishang Han. Oh, that's a nice mate, isn't it?
Checkmate. Very visual.
How did that go? There's a London system. King's Indian with Black. Oh, Grunfeld then type position. It's all very solid. D takes c4, a very sensible play from black. Isolated pawn, which is quite pleasant. Rook c8, rook d1, rook d8. Yeah, black playing very sensibly here. I mean, the weak pawn on d4 is quite a nice advantage. Also, the fact that you played b3 with white, it gives some weakness on c3, like for queen c3 or knight c3. So a bit tricky there. And here white lost the pawn. Bishop takes c5 was probably possible here already, but rook d2 was good. And after bishop c3, knight takes c3, one apiece. Well, maybe more than one almost. The game was won soon after. After bishop c4, I mean, simply take on e5 would win on the spot there. Black played knight takes a2, but won nicely afterwards. Oleg Verbitsky against Nuve Konara. No game information.
Okay.
Like. And this one is Timothy Ong against Theo Litvin. Let's have a look. Oh, it's this gambit. This what is it? Stamford Gambit or something.
Oh gosh. Okay. Yes. Let's see it. Oh, default for Oleg.
Knight f3. Yeah. Okay. I think what you're supposed to do? Knight c6 and.
What I heard was you put your rook on f1 and you don't castle.
Oh.
Am I remembering that right? Yeah.
I'm not sure. I thought knight c6.
You just defend f2 and just don't get some accident happening there. I don't know the exact precise move sequence.
I think you go queen you take on c6, you go queen e2, knight c3, knight d1. I think that's the idea, and then you emerge later. That's the Stafford Gambit. Okay. This is just this is just a Petrov now, though, so not so exciting. But okay. D4. Wow. So A takes B4, B takes C3. Oh, wow. Playing it very sharp back. I'd expect B5 here, really. Rook E1. Takes. Yeah, I would have really thrown in B5 a few times here because it's good to to tie down that A pawn with a B pawn. Takes a little bit slow maybe. Even bishop f3 here would have been quite good, damaging the white pawn structure. H6, d4. Oh, pawn is gone. H6. So b5. That's a strange move in a way. B5. That is a strange move in a way because b7 is weak now. Oh, you could have gone after the b7 pawn there. You could still go bishop c8 and go after that a6 pawn. So I think somehow. Oh,
piece.
Oh, good lord! But it says 0-1, so there are presumably much more excitement. Oh, that's a bit passive. Again, bishop b7, start grabbing the pawns, and then okay, g5, g4. Oh no, not yet. But wait a minute. King takes e4.
When you take the knight, take the knight. You can't lose. It's impossible. Oh, it's possible.
Oh dear me. Oh dear, what a roller coaster of a game. My goodness me.
Hard luck.
Hard luck, Timothy. Well fought on, Theo. So that, I think, just have a quick check. Is everything finished now? No. I did still playing against Shambhavi, but it seems to be a rook. So that is going to be a win for. Oh, and still got Arseny is still playing. He's just won the game there, 0-1 with an extra queen. Always useful. And this game, it's Yeah, it's pretty much game over. It's true. We're just going to see the extra rook coming through. No, it's unfortunately we only seem to have the under 8s and the under 10s.
Yeah, I've emailed the organisers. Hi, the Chess Player 21. Go just. I've emailed the organisers to see if they're going to cover the same ones tomorrow or a different set. Yeah, it might be quite nice to. I know you're Lively Lemon. Oh, I see. You're telling Chess Player. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know yet actually if they're covering the same games or different games tomorrow. But I think they only have a limited number of live boards, so they can only cover a certain amount. Okay. If I switch that one off and turn on, let's turn on this one. Oh, not that one. That didn't work. That one. That should work. Then this is the championship, which is starting in about 4 minutes' time. And
what's happened on the top board there?
It's actually is going to be Nick Pert. I think that's just a technical error. I think he is actually playing. Yeah. So Nick Pert. So some quite good lineups even in round 1 actually. So we've got Phil Brooks against. So he's a Ashtad player, senior player against Nick Pert. We have Danny Gormally against Lawrence Webb. Svetlana Susikova against Marcus Harvey. That should be an exciting one, I think. And both quite young players. And Mark Hebden against Louise Head. I'm looking forward to that as well. We commentated on Mark just a few weeks ago. Which one was it? The Lawrence Cooper event.
Indeed. Yeah. He played pretty well.
He was on good form, and we commented on Louise I think she was playing she won the women's prize in the Checkmate COVID. There's a Ferrari fan, Robert Starley against International Master McPhillips. I forgot, what's McPhillips? Joe, isn't it? Joe Mcphillips.
Joe, I think. Yeah.
Keith Arkle against Peter Finn. That should be a thrilling one.
Well, is that Keith? That's not Keith's rating, is it? 2380?
Yeah, it might be. Okay. I thought he was higher, but I know people
I thought kind
of dip up and down a bit, don't they? Yeah, so
I thought he was around the same as Mark. That's all. Yeah. Well, that I don't know.
Yeah.
Keith did play. We were watching your game, Arseny. So if you look back on the stream,
we did. Yes.
Then you will be able to see our comment on it. Very well played.
Yeah. Arseny, you can see this stream. Like this stream is saved on the Twitch account for 2 weeks, so you've got 2 weeks to watch it on there, and then we also upload it onto the ECF YouTube account. And is it on? I think this session isn't on Game Changer right now, but the morning's one is on Game Changer as well. So there's loads of places you can watch it back afterwards. Okay, Keith Arkle against Peter Finn. We've got S. Willison against Dave Eggleston. We've got Andrew Ledger against Ollie Stubbs. We have junior player Theo Cowrie against Hamish Olsen, and Neil Bradbury against Amir Abbas Mehrafarin. So some good games there. There's more games that are being played, but I think the live boards is the top 10. So we'll be following those. And round is starting in 40 seconds. So very soon. Where do you want to start, Matthew?
Let's have a look. Well, I mean, we can start at the top and then work our way to the bottom. Yeah, no, I was just looking. Keith was one of those. Keith was actually playing a little bit over the board during the lockdown. So he played. I think he was playing in Prague and those sort of tournaments. So yeah. So I was sort of that's why I was a bit because I mean I certainly remember that he was about around 2450, 2460 when I was last active. Put it that way. So. But
yeah, do you know, I think we'll see people's over the board ratings change quite a bit in, if once they start playing again, because there's especially the junior players, right? Because there's about 2 years to catch up on where you'll probably get some where they've improved 200 points or more, and they're just catching up there. Like someone like Ravi Haria, he's been gaining like loads of rating points every tournament he plays in.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. It's no, I mean, if people have managed to to really work hard during the lockdown, and have a good training regime and all of that, then wow, you could emerge with as a completely different player almost. That's really incredible. It's I vaguely had plans of doing that myself, but somehow work seemed to get incredibly busy during the lockdown.
Yeah,
hadn't really expected it, to be honest, but somehow I think that that working not in the office, I think people tended to become, you could see it's happening two ways. People might just get depressed and then not be contactable at all. But actually, in my company, everyone seemed to get hyperactive basically, and the amount of mails that you got was already quite big, but it's just increased enormously, and loads and loads of things are happening somehow. So.
And we've all discovered even more things that we do online. So it's like there's a never-ending stream of things you want to do.
Yeah, no, it's quite just I found it quite surprising just how much how much was happening in the in my company just during the lockdown. I was really quite surprised, really. Hadn't expected it so much.
Now, I do know that the Lord Mayor of Hull is opening the tournament today.
All right.
And I think she's going to be playing the first move on the top board as well. So I hope she plays the right move for, I guess it's Phil Brooks as white. So I hope she plays the move. Does he play the English? I think he plays the English or knight f3 or something like that. So if it is delayed for a couple of minutes, I guess they're doing a very nice opening of the tournament.
Oh wow, yeah, that's quite those are the things that you miss that you haven't had with online tournaments.
Yeah, really. Indeed. Yes, because they said she was going to get dressed up in all her finery as well, so it should be really nice.
Lovely. But the juniors, they're playing at Milton Keynes, are they? Different venues?
Juniors at Milton Keynes and the Open at Hull.
Fantastic. Let me just also open Chess 24.
I guess the results will come through in Chess Results as well.
Yes, that's probably true as well.
So we can kind of follow all the games, not just the ones with live boards. Round 1 and 9. Oh, actually, no, this is all the boards. I'll tell you what, who else is playing? So another two players, Freddie Gordon and Olga Latipova.
Right.
But Freddie is taking a bye in round 1. So I guess Olga gets a bye as well on those grounds. So it should be a very exciting tournament.
British Championship. Just trying to find it on Chess 24.
I'll send you the link.
Oh, that would be lovely. When you look at it, there's so many tournaments going on, really.
No.
Romanian League taking place, Icelandic Premier League, US Senior Championship, US Junior Championship.
Oh, that reminds me, the seniors is on as well. Not today. The seniors starts on Monday. And so the timings are exactly the same as for the championship. They've got a 7-round, whereas the championships is a 9-round. So the British seniors is going to be played too.
Fantastic.
And the women's is next week, starting the 14th of October, And that looks really good. It looks really, really strong. They've got, I think, International Master Harriet Hunt and Grand Master Keti Arakamia are entering.
Fantastic. I found it now, so that's cool. Right, so
okay, we're going to play guess the opening then. What are you expecting? Phil Brooks against Nick Pert.
Well, I've no idea. I have no idea.
I told you he plays English, but I could be completely wrong.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't really know.
Right, I will guess the English.
Fair enough. That's good.
Right, Gormley against Lawrence Webb.
What does Danny do now?
He does D4, doesn't he, Danny?
It's mainly one D4. Lawrence Webb. Just trying to think. I can't remember what he plays. No,
Lawrence.
No.
I've played Lawrence Webb lots of times, but I can't remember either.
Would probably have played one E4 anyway, and tried to get a Mora.
Yeah, true. And what about then Svetlana Susikova? We're going to show our lack of knowledge on what any of these players play. Svetlana against Marcus Harvey.
Yeah, it's one of
She
those.
always has the longest games in the foreign CL. She's always still playing right at the end.
She does, yes. Yeah, she's a very determined player. It's, but I think probably if you'd asked me about a year and a half ago, I would have known it. But it's just, yeah, with all these players, somehow I've lost track.
I see Theo's playing in the championship, so we're going to have a look at that.
Oh, fantastic!
Yeah.
It's but I think with everything that's happened and everything, I've really lost track of, especially as everyone's been playing everything in rapid and blitz, so it's a bit hard to know, what.
Oh yes, we could very easily get it wrong just because they've changed openings in the last 2 years. That's perfectly possible. Okay, so I'm going to guess D4 for Svetlana. Hebs, I'm going to guess D4 as well against Louise. Ferrari fan. Sorry, I should call him by his proper name. Robert Starley. I'm going to guess. I should know, but I don't. I'm going to guess E4 for him. And Keith, I'm going to guess D4.
Okay, Hellrace Joel. Yeah, it's a difficult decision, isn't it? Really, to know really. But I think playing strong players is always very good. And probably one year you might do the junior championship, another year do the senior championship.
Yeah. Oh, you for sure. You'll learn a lot on the senior championship, on the open. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, there'll be some lovely players to play in this tournament. It's a really nice mix of players.
Yeah. No, it's true. It's true. Oh, Neil Bradbury is playing. My goodness.
Yes.
Blast from the past.
Yes.
It's
all right. It's S. Willison. I don't know S. Willison. Steve Willison. So I'm going to guess E4. Andrew Ledger. You can guess as well. Andrew Ledger. I think he does knight F3, doesn't he? I think he did that anyway.
He always was one knight F3. Did I see him? Did he play? Has been playing some 1E4 recently. I'm not sure. Well, recently would have been a couple of years ago.
We have to guess Theo, and we know his dad's on the stream, and I'm going to have to admit I don't actually remember what he plays. Therefore, I'm going to guess E4.
Fair enough. And Neil Bradbury, trying to remember E4. There we are.
E4, yay! Thank you, Hellraise.
Neil Bradbury, I'm trying to remember, what did Neil play in the good old days?
I'm going to guess E4 for Neil.
I'd say E4, I think, but I'm not 100% sure.
Right, now, when are these games going to start? 2:30. Oh, is it... Hellraise, you might know. Are they being broadcast with a delay? Let's see, we can bluff for a bit longer. Neil went D4, C4 against Nizhny a couple of weeks ago, and pretty much always does.
Okay, there we are. So
not a good. I think I'm doing pretty well on my scoring then.
Absolutely. It's when does the when does the junior when do the junior event?
The next junior round. Let me just because the I think that the under 12s and things would be playing now, but the under 10s go again at I mean, I had this open just a second ago. They go again under 10 and under 8, 7 rounds, 10:30, 12:30, 3. 3 o'clock is their next one.
3 o'clock. Okay, great. That'll be good.
And we see Steve Willison used to be a Hastings Chess Club member and played the Sicilian. So
excellent. It's it started. Oh, good Lord. Phil Brooks 1-0.
You shouldn't be, because they said no, it's not 1-0.
No, okay, that's fine. That's fine.
D4. Did I get that? I said the English. No, I said I was wrong. I haven't got number 1 right.
So D4. Okay, so we're going to have a sort of a Zukertort Colle system here. So just trying to keep it tight at the back against Nick.
Yeah.
So we'll see what Nick does here. I mean, you can do all sorts of stuff. You can go B6, C5, D5, G6 even. Yeah, just really depends how exciting you want to make it with black from an early stage.
Yeah. Now I imagine Phil won't be in a huge rush to make it mega exciting.
No,
he likes his end games. He's happy with I think he's happy with a normal game and then play the end game.
No, of course, yeah.
And maybe Nick would as well.
Yeah, Nick's a very solid player. Just plays a good all-round game. Doesn't do anything particularly crazy, but just grinds a lot of people as well. He was often playing some quite long games for us at Guildford. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how that develops. But probably Nick having to think a little bit now about his plan. Danny Gormally. So we've got a Bogo Indian on the board.
Yeah. Okay, so. Here we go. So knight d2 and castles from Lawrence.
Yeah, Keith is playing Macbeth. He's just a little bit lower.
Yeah, we'll come to him in just a second.
So I'm just going to put this a little bit lower because I'm slouching. I can't help it. No, I did a 5 kilometer this morning, so it doesn't sound like much, but I always feel a little bit weary in the afternoon. Yeah, so standard Bogo Indian, and now we're going to see what are the queens still on? Might be a better question.
Oh, that's a good question. Are the queens still on? Yes, we will have to go there very soon.
So
is it a Carlsbad? Are the rooks there? The rooks will be there.
So okay, E3 from Danny. A3 is also possible. Quite a sharp line for white. A3, Bishop E7, and then we go E4. Lots of games in that. Doing quite well for white, really. Kind of maybe Danny's style, actually, but Danny playing a little bit more solidly there, going for E3.
All right. Let's look at Svetlana. No, I said D4 for Svetlana. Yes, I can count that one. D4 against Marcus. Knight F6.
Yeah.
C4, E6, G3.
Yeah, so we've got a Catalan on the board. And
hi, Simon Brown.
Yeah, no, it's true. Real blast from the past, Neil Bradbury. He was always in the chess magazines I had when I was a little. I think he sort of stopped really playing before I really got serious. But his name was in a lot of chess magazines, so I know the name. And funny, I think he just started playing about a couple of years ago, I think. So
yeah. Well, let's see how he does. Whether he's playing all this. Do you remember what sort of stuff he played? He maybe is playing all his same openings, or whether he's trying something new. That'll be interesting. Hi, Simon. Hope you're well.
No, I don't remember at all what he used to play, but I said just remember the name.
Yeah, no, I was asking Simon. I think Simon would remember. Okay.
So yeah, okay. So we're going to see. I mean, the two basic choices here, really. I mean, either black. Well, three, I suppose. Bishop B4 check is some sort of Bogo Indian. D5 is a solid Catalan. C5 gives you the chance to go into a modern Benoni, where white's played G3, which is less of a yeah, less of a crucial system. Neil was always a D4 man. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you. And the other thing we should say is just comment Marcus Harvey, who is one of the top seeds in this event, and we recently saw him getting an IM norm, and so he's on really good form at the moment.
Yeah, excellent. I think he and Ravi Haria were really the revelations of the emergence from lockdown, basically, because they've been playing amazingly well, both of them.
Okay, and so let's look at Mark Hebden, veteran grandmaster, against Louise Head, women's FIDE master. And I was wrong here. I guessed D4 opening from Hebs, but he's gone E4.
That's good. It's good to see. I mean, I think I think mixing it up, it helps keep helps keep you fresh and all that. And I think that Mark's play when he came out, when he was playing online, it didn't look very fresh. I think he looked a bit jaded, but since he's come back over the board, he's played some slightly different openings and it's been looking a lot more like the Mark of old. So that's
yeah, lovely. I think he's very happy to be back. Everyone to be back over the board, and
yeah,
E6 mode. So I haven't seen him play this before. Have you?
XD5 against the Caro. Hasn't really played E4 over the board for a long time, as far as I'm aware. I don't know whether. I mean, obviously he played it a lot in his youth.
Yeah.
I don't know whether this was his favourite system in that thing, but he's going to have an IQP position, something like that. And here actually, Louise has got to decide whether she's going to take with the pawn on D5, get doubled isolated pawns, or whether they're going to take with the knight. So it's quite typical of Mark, really. He's always got his little wrinkles in the openings, little things to make you think. So this is going to be just one of them. But I mean, normally in these positions, rather than play bishop b7, Black might play bishop b4. Which would that's slightly more normal, sort of transposing back to Nimzo-Indian type of position. Bishop b7 is a little bit more on the passive side. I'm just trying to remember though. I thought normally against stuff like bishop b7, I thought White normally played c5 and stuff, but I might be misremembering. So
yes, I'm going to show you something very exciting in a second.
Good Lord!
Yeah. So right, let me just go
not past the watershed, Natasha. So
no, nothing.
Can't be anything too
very exciting. This is going to be very exciting. I've built it up now. So
yeah, I mean now virtually anything short of an apocalypse is going to be a disappointment.
No, this is exciting. You will not be disappointed. Can you see that?
I certainly can see that.
So that is actually Hull, and that is the British. So you can see there on the right, that's Hebs against Louise. Yeah, so you can see all the players. This is them. That's Phil Brooks. On the left-hand side nearest to us is Phil Brooks in his face mask playing Nick Pert. And I guess we'll have to work around the boards if we can to see who is who. But you can follow that live on Matt Carr's Twitch whenever you want to see what the players are up to. That's going to be broadcast kind of throughout when the championship is on. So they're all thinking very hard, as you might expect.
Yeah, it looks like a real chess tournament.
Yeah, I mean, they're all spaced out. You can say that's the difference from COVID. So it's a smaller number of players and they're all spaced out, but they're definitely all there in person and playing chess. So there we go. Oh, we're even getting action on the camera. I'm trying to think who those two are.
Danny Gormally against Lawrence.
That's Danny Gormally. You're absolutely right. There you go. That is exciting, isn't it? There you go. Okay, now I'll take you back to the chess.
Let me just find that Twitch.
Yeah, I'll send you the link of that as well. I'm going to put it in the chat as well, so everybody's got it. But if I do that and then share, this is where we work. Can you see that now? Hebs, and we'll get the chess back again. Okay, and I'll send you the link of that.
Which I should be able to find it, you would have thought.
No, it's right. Okay, it's he only just set it up, so it won't have many viewers. I think I'm the only follower, but I'm gonna.
I've got it. Let me just mute that. Mute site. There we are. We can just see. Indeed, that looks like Marcus Harvey walking around.
Cool.
I think that's pretty. I'm just having a look. It's just he's always got his. He's always got quite tapered trousers somehow. Always noticed with.
I've put you back to the chest now, though.
So indeed, it's strangely sort of addictive watching this. I have to say. Though.
I know, but
I'm watching Heb now having a little think. Yeah. So and always been very impressed. Heb's just sits at the board all the time. Just doesn't. I was going to say, Matt indeed is planning for the moment that he's 2600 and GM. I think absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to put us on Robert Starley against Joe Mcphillips. Oh my goodness, what's this one been? I did predict D4, didn't I? So that's I can't even remember whether I did or whether I didn't. So I'm going to claim I did.
Oh, okay. So Joe Mcphillips playing a rather unusual line that I've looked at as well, actually. Funnily enough,
I think I've played Joe Mcphillips I played in this event in Chester, which was a 5-minute qualification tournament, maybe 2 or 3 years ago. Yeah, and he was winning every single game. He was winning game after game at that.
So maybe we go back to the opening because there's a few interesting points in there. So e4, e6, d4, d5, knight c3, and then this very unusual move h6.
Played that one.
Well, no, but I've played against 3 knight d2, which is the Tarash. 3 h6, which which admittedly 3 knight d2 h6. Michael Adams did call it a pile of old crap. But it is better than 3 h6 against 3 knight c3. So, but it was it was quite interesting. But I think I decided that the bishop d3 in this position simply was a good move, and I just really wasn't sure at all what Black should be doing next. But it does have some ideas. And well, after e5, I mean, normally the point is you go knight f6, and then after e5 you have to move your knight. And here you've just waited. White's gone e5, so then you hit with c5 straight away, and your knight's going to come out to e7 to f5. So yeah, it's a decent French structure. And that move h6 is kind of useful. I mean, it weakens the kingside light squares, but it also does cover the g5 square. So it's sort of a useful half move. So quite interesting what White did, f4, and then. Yeah. Again, a very concrete reaction from Black. C takes d4, queen takes d4, knight c6, queen f2. So, yeah, slightly unusual French here, definitely. Yeah, that's the idea, basically. You're just trying to claim that a move like this is useful, and if White commits himself early to his development scheme, then you gain something. I'm sort of wondering what Black should do here.
Where's Black going to put this bishop? Is it going to go out to b4 or just stick at
b4 is an idea. I'm just wondering. Now I was wondering about queen a5 as well, just to get in a quick bishop c5 as well. Yeah, queen a5 and bishop c5. That's definitely Hey, Sketos attack.
Hello, Sketos attack.
That's definitely a plan. Oh, that's Matthew Carr walking in the middle. Sorry, I'm just. I mean, b6 is also quite tempting in a way, just to get in bishop c5 afterwards. That's quite. What else? So yeah, Queen A5, looking for Bishop C5. I mean, Bishop B4. Hey, Ocelot, it's possible.
Hello,
Just
Ocelot.
if you get chased away, you'll go around Bishop A5 to B6, you know, and hit the Queen on F2. Let's have a look. Knight E7 could be flexible. Just yeah, sort of asking the question: where's White going to put? Where's White going to put his pieces? But it would be a little bit. Might be a little bit blocked. I mean, I might go H5 and Knight H6, but it feels a bit wrong now that I've gone H6. I really want to try and justify that H6 move. What else could I do?
Yeah. So yeah, but getting the bishop to C5 does seem like a good.
It feels tempting, doesn't it? I mean, I suppose even G5 could be. If you're feeling like continuing on the crazy.
The only thing is, we told the juniors off this morning for going G5 like that. You know, before you'd got your king safe and before you knew where White was going to go. So I then think we can't really.
Fair enough. Knight D2, H6, Knight D2, H6 is definitely a reasonable variation. I mean, I played it a number of times. I mean, the reason Mickey made that comment was that it was during the Tromsø Olympiad, and I was playing with Black. I was due to play with Black against Akopian in the England-Armenia match, and yeah, he's a big 3 Knight D2 expert. So yeah, I wasn't really planning to play 3 H6. I was planning to actually play 3 C5. But it turned out that Akopian was not only a 3 Knight D2 expert as White. He was in the French. He was a 3 Knight D2 C5 expert as Black. So all that preparation that I'd done on that, I didn't really feel like going for that against him. So I actually ended up playing a third line, 3 Knight F6, which I knew a little bit less well, but that
yeah. Akopian, he was the one that he'd done this interview, hadn't he? And he'd done this interview saying he does a lot of study outside the tournament, but during the tournament, he never does any prep or study. And it sounded like he wouldn't be then sort of specifically preparing for the game, but more just relaxing.
But Levon Aronian told Mickey that they'd spent the whole day preparing 3 Knight D2 H6. That was the.
He was bluffing then in that interview. That wasn't true at all.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for a team competition, I think. But the thing is, I think they basically decided that of all the matchups there, the one with the biggest chance is probably, relatively speaking, was me being
the biggest variance.
Against Akopian. You know, that was the most tempting pairing, because I think, you know, Levon thought, well, I'll try and make a draw with White, with Black against Mickey on top board. Then on the third board, I'm not quite sure who we had. Oh, that was Nigel against Movsesian.
But that one didn't go well, I seem to remember.
That one did not go well at all, I'm afraid. But it wasn't one that they were particularly expecting to, you know, to get. And then on the fourth board, it was Sargsyan against David, I think. Was it Sargsyan against David or against Gawain?
I think so.
I'm not sure, but certainly I think they felt that well, I know I'm not a professional, so I think they thought that, you know, that there were good chances there. So and you know, I played a dodgy line as well slightly, so let's go for it. And then in the end, you know, I just played one of the main lines, 3 Knight F6, and you know, that sort of I played quite well. It was a good game actually. It was ended in a draw. But yeah, that was quite. But you know, I do think 3 H6 is not such a bad move, and I played it recently against, or recently, you know, before the lockdown against Grandmaster Justin Tan, and managed to beat him at the 4 NCL. So yeah, you know, so there's a lot of decent stuff against 3 Knight D2.
Okay, I'm going to move us on to the one the crowd has been waiting for. Keith Oracle against Peter Finn, who you might know as Checkmate a lot. Okay, and Knight F3. So I guess D4, didn't I? But I guess it'll turn out similar.
No, it won't.
No, it won't. I was trying to claim I'm getting it right when I didn't.
No, Keith has actually been. I mean, Keith played an awful lot, you know, during the online during the during the lockdown. And
oh, you're so right. I mean, not just like a lot, like in every week, but it's been several tournaments a week, and including all these marathons, like playing 24 hours at a time or 12 hours at a time, and then he'll go on. And after he's done that, he's playing another tournament in the evening. I mean, he must have played. I wonder how many games he's played. He's played very many. Played all the time.
Let's have a look. How many games has Atomrod played? Blitz games has Atomrod played on live chess?
It'll be a lot. Because he's a regular for the England chess players team in the one we commentate on, like Thursday nights and Sunday nights. He plays there nearly all the time, but then he also plays other things, and he's also been playing there's the Grand Prix that's going on that the ECF organised a sort of a rapid and a blitz Grand Prix, so your scores count over. Each month they have an event, and then they add up and you get a prize at the end. He's been playing a lot of chess.
Let's have a look at that. So actually he's even played a lot of Bullet. I hadn't realized, but so he's played 5,000 games of Bullet, but 13,000 games of Blitz.
13,000 games of Blitz. There you go. So you should be in form. Although I guess playing slowly will be a shock to his system.
Well, I mean that is the thing, of course. I mean, I've I was thinking somehow, just how much, how will it be to to spend time thinking and actually have to sit down and spend time over decisions. But maybe it just comes back naturally to you. I mean, I think.
Yeah. Another thing about Keith is actually even before lockdown, he used to play quickly anyway in his normal tournaments, and he used to play a lot of chess and play quickly. So I think maybe it just doesn't make that much difference.
Yeah, it's true. I think certainly Keith is somebody who tried to limit the amount of time he spent thinking and try and keep fresh during the game and and that sort of thing. So
Macbeth is saying his brother Nick has also played a lot.
Oh my goodness, yes. But that's a lot of games. It's a lot of blitz games. I mean, I played 5,000 bullet games in total. On the same side. But that's bullet. I mean, you get that goes a lot more quickly. I mean, blitz is 15,000 blitz games is a lot, really. But he's played this opening a number of times, actually. I've seen him playing it. These Englishes in this way, and which he wasn't really playing before. So, I mean, he has picked up, I think, that's one of the good things about playing a lot of blitz and bullet. You can try openings and gradually figure out an opening that suits you, and that works well for you. And I'm sure that Peter's prepared this quite carefully because he's a very conscientious player.
He would have prepared. Yeah, he would definitely have prepared this.
So bishop e7, d3.
Mind you, he has used up a lot of time. So maybe he was expecting Keith's kind of other lines.
Could be. Yeah. It's so I don't know. I mean, I guess castles happens with black. And then, but then one goes bishop e3, rook c1, d4. This looks like quite a decent attempt for white to have a slight advantage. I think it's easy for black to get it wrong, to be honest. Because you've got to watch out. The knight's going to move away, and then the knight comes to d2 to e4, c5 could be hanging. It's probably with good accurate opening play you can get past it, but yeah, you've got to remember all the lines and all of that. So yeah, we'll see. I think in general, Keith's probably very happy with the opening he's got. And of course, yeah, he's used no time, and Peter's already thinking for 20 minutes. So,
yeah, okay. Let's see the next one. So this is Steve Willison against David Eggleston.
Ooh, some aggression there.
Let's see how. So this was an e4. Another French defense.
Indeed.
In vogue amongst the British players.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you often wonder, obviously Anish Giri recently did a course on the French. So you often wonder, Nisa is saying, I see a lot of white on the bar next to Mark's name already.
Ooh, we will
I
pop
was
in
seeing
there.
I was seeing Bar and Mark and having completely different
No,
thoughts.
not the bar like that.
But yeah, so c5 and here knight f3. So the old Nimzovich approach, just looking to give up that d4 pawn yeah, just then play around the d4 e5 squares with the pieces. Quite interesting. Engines don't think much of it really, but yeah, in human play it can be quite dangerous. Bishop d3 and then knight takes d4 from David. So but this is all part of the plan. You just let the opponent take that d4 pawn.
Yeah.
Then queen g4. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. That's a very natural move. Nigel is the favorite player of your mother. My goodness.
For the King March, his famous King March. Of course. Yes. I heard him talk because he's recently published his book on his game. He's winning his games, and he didn't include that King March. But then I think Peter Svidler put it in the intro, so it did still get in there.
Ah. When we interviewed him, he asked us specifically not to ask him about the King March. So
yeah, but we did manage to mention it.
So castles, knight c6, and bishop f4. Bishop f4 is a bit funny, maybe. Rook e1 feels a bit more natural, and then just wait. Yeah, just wait to see where you put your pieces. You might want to put the bishop on g5, and that sort of stuff. So yeah, bishop f4. I mean, if it was John Spielman playing, I'd be expecting h5 and g5 coming in pretty soon, to be honest. Which, to be honest, is yeah. I probably expected if I was playing black as well. So kind of my favorite move in these structures. But yeah, I mean, looking quite nice for black in principle. But yeah, it's quite a normal opening. Okay, Andrew did play e4, you see.
Against Oliver Stubbs. So we saw Oliver Stubbs in the he was in the Online British, wasn't he?
Indeed, yeah.
Yes. Another French. You're having a laugh, everybody. It's all the French.
Yeah, Brexit, but still playing foreign openings. So it's knight d2 from Andrew and c5 from Ollie Stubbs. So playing probably the I guess probably the best equalizer as black. But I always find it. It's what Geary recommends. Okay, I find it a little bit tricky myself. I've done a lot of work on it and all that, but I've never felt 100% happy with the positions somehow. I always have the uncomfortable feeling that I'm slightly worse, but and with maybe not that many chances to achieve something. But okay, it's a good line in principle.
Hellraiser is guessing who's in book and who's out. I guess these players are still in book for a little while longer. Yeah, because we can see the times of their moves. They're both playing very quickly so far. And actually, nobody even spends more than a minute in this game.
Yeah, no, this is going to be theory for quite a while.
Move 11. Yeah.
This is going to be theory for quite a while.
Theory for a while. Takes, and knight f3.
C takes d4.
Takes, and bishop c4.
Yeah, now we've got, well, there's several moves. Queen d6, queen d7, queen d8. Queen d7 is quite sexy, but queen d6 is the normal move, and that's the move that I've analysed the most, I think. I think queen d7 was played by Sam Shankland, I seem to remember. And queen d8 is much less common. So yeah, I'm not sure. Is this what I don't know whether Sketos? Do you know which one Anish recommended? Was it Queen D6 or Queen D7? I've been meaning to look at that French course for ages, but I haven't. I've never actually got round to it. Queen D6. Okay, fair enough. That's the most solid. So castles, knight F6, knight B3. The winner with poisoned pawn. Oh, good lord. Okay. Knight c6. Takes. Now he plays for me an unusual move, Oliver, because a6 was what I really what I was always looking at with black mostly. A6 and also following up with h6 quite soon afterwards, and yeah, very interesting basically. But black plays bishop e7 here. Again, Sketos, if you happen to know, is this what Anish recommended? Okay. Recommendation of Anish. So quite an unusual one, actually.
So our prediction here is that Ollie Stubbs does have that DVD and is playing.
I think so. Yeah.
Gary's recommendations.
I think that's probably true. So c3, castles, queen f3. Yeah, I mean Andrew, a very sensible player always, basically. So he's just playing good, sensible moves here. Queen c7. I think he's probably out of book there. He's starting to think for a little while.
Yeah, it's funny because of the ledgers. There's three brothers. There's Andrew, Steve, and Dave, and they all grew up playing chess, but they play completely differently, don't they? Because Andrew, English and solid style, and then Dave plays the Alekines, and Steve Ledger does this kind of crazy Stonewall Dutch stuff. And so it's fun because I've played against all three like loads of times.
Yeah, I haven't played against the others very much. I've played against Andrew quite a few times, indeed. So I think I've got a sort of a good record, but quite a few draws, actually. So I always found him a tough, sensible player, actually. Think, sort of play. I think if he'd been professional, he would have become a GM. I think he was good enough for that. So knight d4, bishop d7, and rook e1. Yeah, I mean these are very.
His brothers could have become GMs if they'd been professional.
No.
It's funny how it all works, isn't it?
Yeah. No, I mean Andrew just had just had a good feeling for chess. I mean just a very a sensible player. Good in all phases of the game. And all that. Whereas his brothers were a bit more, less professional, I suppose you'd say, less disciplined and all that, and they just did a bit more what they fancied, really. Whereas Andrew was more, looking at the position and thinking.
I mean, they all still enjoy the game, I think. So that's
I mean, it's
sort of nice, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's cool. It's really nice when you've got a whole family doing stuff like that. It's. But yeah, I mean, they're all they're all good players. I mean. I guess Steve is about. They're both about. I don't want to slander anyone, but they're all about 2,000, 2,100, I think, aren't they?
They're more than that.
Yes, okay.
So yeah,
I'm remembering from my youth.
Well, I can place it more because they were always a little bit higher than me, and I got up to 2,200. So
okay.
But maybe they're 2,100 now. I mean, we all go back down the other way. Yeah. So yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean,
they're all good. They're all good players.
Yeah, good players, all of them. But I think, I think Andrew was a strong player, and I think he would have. I think as a professional, he would have become a GM. I think that's. I've seen Dave Davison FM.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
So okay, very sensible move. Bishop f4 coming in next time, and we'll see how Black reacts to that.
Okay, let's move on to Theo Cowrie and Hamish Olsen.
Oh, this looks like a Scotch.
And I predicted e4. I was right. There we go. e5, knight f3, knight 6, Scotch.
Theo has more time than he started with, says Hellraiser.
He must know his theory then on this, or he just wants to play really fast.
Playing the Scotch against a Scottish player, very cheeky. Hamish Olsen, I don't know. I've never come across him before, actually. But so d6 and then this move queen e2. It's all quite subtle because Black's delaying developing the knight, because if knight f6, you'll get hit with bishop g5, and queen e2 is just sort of waiting and preparing to go something like to go casting queenside at some stage. You can also just go bishop e3 and negate that bishop on b6. So I like these positions as white, to be honest. I do. If this was what you got from the Scotch, then I'd always be happy playing it. I played the Scotch, studied it quite a bit, actually, I have to say, at some stage, but never felt entirely comfortable, I have to say, with the positions. It's knight e7 there, especially the ones where black plays full knight f6, and you get these very odd positions. Never really understood them. Yeah, no, full knight f6. I just don't understand those the mainline positions really. They just feel very weird for me. So yeah, just one of those things where you'd have to you'd really have to spend some time really trying to understand, well, why however much work I do on them, why do they still feel wrong to me? And that's the thing. And often it's just something that just doesn't intuitively appeal to you, don't intuitively understand. And however much work you do on something, you don't get it. And those are quite difficult things to correct in openings. It's often quite frustrating when you really do need that line in order to play the whole thing, and it's just something that you just don't get. That's
Macbeth plays the Danish.
The good old Danish pastry. Yum yum. Danish pastry. Oh, I feel like one of those actually all of a sudden.
Actually, I do now. Yeah, Macbeth, you're making us all hungry.
I've got some scones, but yeah, Danish pastry would be nice. Oh.
All right, Theo's castled long.
I'll just go for half an hour, just going down to Chatham.
Between rounds. Yeah.
So castles, okay, f5. Let me have a look. I don't actually know this. I haven't kept up with this at all. So let me just have a quick little look what the latest theory is on this. I do have to say that that's been one of the most shocking things. Well, shocking things. I sort of vaguely knew it, but you notice how much theory has changed during the lockdown. And how little you now know of what are the main lines now, because it's been so confusing with the with all these rapid and blitz tournaments that because they're all playing everything in those things, and so you don't know anymore. But is it good, or do they think they can just get away with it in a blitz tournament?
Are they bluffing? Yeah,
are they bluffing? And it's really it's so difficult to know now. If you look at if you look at your opening databases now, it's so full of blitz rubbish that you've no idea what's good anymore.
Look, this is very interesting. Hellraise is saying so this is from Theo's book. Point behind placing the knight on e7. If e6, then we can roll with f4. And now if black blocks with d5, then e5 is quite strong. Hence, black hurries up with f5 now before white employs the f4 push. Yeah. So does that means, is that the end of Theo's book then? That's kind of what he knows? And because he's still playing very fast, Theo. He's still playing every move in like 10 seconds.
Yeah, I think he's probably is he out of book now?
Well, that's what Hellraise was saying, but actually he's still playing very fast.
No, but now I mean, because it's
yeah. So he's spending 10 minutes.
H8 is quite an unusual move, actually. I think so. Yeah. So I've only got 2 games in my database on that. So because bishop f5 is the normal move on move 12. So takes. In principle, I quite like White's position here. Nice, nice space edge.
Okay, so you're saying the normal move here is bishop f5.
Yeah, that's right.
And black's instead going king h8.
Sort of flexible.
I guess he's keeping bishop f5 in reserve.
Yeah, I mean it's a flexible move, sort of. Just sort of waiting. Let's see what White comes up with. That's the thing. So yeah, I mean, ideally, what White would want to get is to get in the move g4.
Yeah,
if you can get in the move g4, then suddenly nothing of Black's makes sense. I mean, He's got no real square for his light squared bishop. His knight on e7 is blocked. The pawn on f4 is stopping the knight on c6 from working. So probably the first move that I would sort of think of playing would be bishop e2. That would be the first move that I'd think of, just to try and get in g4.
So you're not going to do a g4 just giving it up completely. You're going to defend it first.
Sorry?
You're going to defend g4 so it can't be taken. Oh, he's gone bishop c4.
Yeah, that's a very natural move. I mean, that's that is quite a
yeah. So g4 without pawn sacrifice.
It might just transpose, you know, because if black plays bishop f5, then probably bishop c4 check was quite an interesting line. I know bishop e2 felt sort of tempting. The only thing, a problem with bishop e2 is that after bishop f5, you've got to watch out for moves like bishop f5 and then knight b4. That was the key problem.
Yeah.
It's
okay. So bishop f5 now. Queen moves. He can do knight b4 straight away, can he?
Oh, Stockfish and Leela prefer a3, says Hellraiser Joel.
Oh, a3.
Yeah, I think
h3.
Yeah, but I think it's this idea of going bishop f5 and knight b4. Maybe you can put on the board actually. You know, so
I'm just trying to see if I can. I have to go.
You can.
Remind me where.
You don't need to do anything. You just enter on the board. So
if I just put that one back.
Yeah. After queen takes c4, king h8, a3.
Oh yeah. Data consent then.
So a3, and then that's stopping the knights coming to b4. So you know, after bishop f5, queen f3, for example, you don't need to worry anymore about. Good Lord.
Am I going to get data consent every time?
Yeah, because you probably block cookies or something, probably. So
I'm probably not logged in. I'm not logged in. I'll log in next time.
So queen f3.
This is going to get annoying.
Queen f3 or whatever. I'm not quite sure where you put the queen. Well, queen f3 doesn't look so bad. And then yeah, and afterwards you get g4, but there's no knight b4 or anything. You know, I mean that's sort of possible. Yeah, I mean, do you want me to log in and share my screen so that we can? Because then also I can switch off the computer as well.
Sure.
You won't need to give data consent. I'll always wait a minute. Let me just I'll just bring it up and make sure I'm logged in. There we are. I'm accepting everything. There we are. Logging in. And let me have a look. Do I get the just bear with me whilst I find the British Championship round 1. There we are. Right. Okay. And let me just switch off the computer because that progress bar is quite annoying. And then was it switched off already? Taking a little while to load. Give me a moment. Oh yeah, switched off already. There we are. So okay. Right. So shall I share my screen, Natasha?
If you like.
Or you can accept if you like, but I think it's probably handy, isn't it?
I've switched off mine.
Okay, wait a minute. There we are. Oh wait a minute. There we are. We'll just put it like that, and I will move on to where are we? There we are. Share. Let me try and how's that looking? It's looking all right, isn't it? Sort of. Bit hard.
Can you turn off that right-hand side? It's a bit big. Yeah.
How can I do? Can I do that?
I don't know. It wasn't on mine. I don't know how I did it, but I did do it because it wasn't on mine.
Okay. Wait a minute. No.
If you leave it, and next time I'll log in and do it.
Okay. Fair enough. Fine. So. Notation chat. Oh, there we are. So, okay, this is looking pretty good. Let's just go back to we were together with Theo there, weren't we? So bishop c4. Yeah, so I mean, what I was thinking, I was looking at going bishop e2, but then you've got this move bishop f5, and yeah, where you're going to put your queen. If you put it back to here, which looks vaguely reasonable, to go g4, then you could be caught out with knight b4, because you've got bishop c2, knight takes c2, knight takes a2, and that could be dangerous. So I imagine that that's the kind of the reason for the move a3 there. That just stop knight b4, and after bishop f5, you can go back somewhere. I suggested queen f3. The computer doesn't like that at all. Looks very reasonable. Queen e3 might be possible, but that's the basic the basic idea there. So bishop c4 from Theo, and now we've got to have a little look to see board too small now.
Yeah. Sorry. Oh, you carry on, Matthew, and I'll fix mine in the background.
Okay. Oh, good Lord. Sorry. Just clicking. Yeah, I'm trying to work out how to make the board bigger.
It's all right. It's all right. You just carry on talking, and I will log in.
I can't. Oh, wait a minute. If I do it like that, is that a bit bigger? Ah, there we are. How about that? Is that a bit bigger? The board? Probably about as big as I can get it, I think. But okay, that's great, brilliant. So sorry about that. Okay, so what have we got for black here now? Ideas. Well, I suppose we could have a look at knight b4. That's one idea. What's the idea of that? The idea is if a3, then I'm going to go bishop f5. That's going to be the idea. Oh, recommended based on this game, winning with the Scotch. Indeed. That's an idea. Not 100% clear. And the idea is, of course, if you don't do anything else, we've got knight takes a2. But probably this is not so dangerous. I mean, for example, if you do go something like a3, bishop f5, probably go queen f3. And if knight c2, you can go g4. And this bishop on f5 is well, in trouble, and this knight on c2 is in trouble as well. So it might well be that this is just not a particularly dangerous threat. I don't know whether we could do anything else clever like that. I don't think so. So I think that's probably one of the points. Knight g6 played by black. Feels like an odd one to me, I have to say. Doesn't feel like the knight's going to have a lot of potential on there.
And also, if you get the pawns going, they're going to hit that knight.
Well, I mean, the h4 to h5 is just sort of appearing in your head like a red flag, really. I mean, I think g3 here is quite simple, and then afterwards we just sort of ask black, what are you going to do? Could play bishop g4, could play bishop f5, but yeah, I think in all cases you're kind of covered, really. And as I said, once you start getting this guy rolling, then this knight on g6 is going to be rather short of squares. So yeah, knight g6 feels a little bit, doesn't quite feel right, really. But yeah, I would have thought just a sensible, solid g3 move, and then put the onus on black, really. Let's just have a quick look, because I think there's just one game that we haven't seen. Two games. No, one game, actually. Oh, Freddie Gordon gets the
Bye. Yeah.
Point by, in actual fact.
Yeah, it looks like it.
So this is Neil Bradbury against Meraf.
That's Amir Abbas. We've commentated on Amir Abbas before.
Oh, Amir Abbas. Okay, indeed. I didn't see the first name. So d4. Catalan. Oh, Bogo Indian with c5. I played this with black, and yeah, bishop g2. So yeah, it's a very solid reply from Neil. The most interesting lines are from bishop takes b4, and then after c takes b4, then bishop g2. There was a recent very important game in the candidates between Alexander Grishuk and Anish Giri, and Giri played this with black, and yeah, it just he just suffered a lot, Anish, and lost this game, which was quite crucial for securing Jan Nepomniachtchi's qualification. But bishop g2 is very solid, and actually is kind of one of the reasons why I decided I wasn't going to look at this line too much, because this was so solid. I wasn't sure at all how I was going to create any unusual play in it. So takes knight f3, knight c6, knight b4, taking. That's not sure about taking really. Knight e8. So I think black's also looking at the time that he's taken. He's not feeling 100% happy with the position, which you can understand, because we've got white's got a nice space advantage, and we've got this this bishop on g2, playing along the long diagonal here. I think yeah, white's got a very nice advantage already out of the opening.
Now, we did promise to pop back in on Hebser's game, didn't we?
Oh, we certainly did.
Because someone was talking about the bar, which I take to mean the evaluation bar.
So it was c takes d5, knight takes d5, bishop d3. We've got this very typical, oh dear, we've got this very typical IQP, but b6 is a typical mistake in actual fact in this line. Knight takes d5, takes, and then the old bishop takes.
Oh no, Louise.
Queen c6, bishop f5. It's not as bad as all that, because black gets the two bishops at least, and the pawn that you lose is the h7 pawn, so it's not the most critical one on the board. But yeah, I mean, white is now a pawn up, so in principle, very pleasant for white, and a good start for Hebs. I don't know. Did you want to look at the juniors at all, Natasha, or give us...
What's the time? 3:30. We could do a quick look. Yes, let's do a quick look at the juniors.
Okay, let's do that. Let me just get the that in this browser. Right, and then the under 8s. Great. Okay, let's have a.
We won't look at the whole games. We'll just look at the current position.
Yeah, no, that's right. So, Kai Hanash against
Alana Ashton. So Alana, we've seen, had two very quick wins with white from kind of gambit-y type positions, and Kai has been playing some good games. Yeah. So how's this one?
Yeah, so white's a pawn up, basically. Black has the two bishops, so there's some compensation there. Oh, wait a minute. But it's black to move, and rook takes b2. It's going to be quite decent. So I think, yeah, it's quite a sharp position. I'm slightly worried about the black king, that it might get hit by something. Also, the open f file might give white some tempi with knight g5 or something. So it's a very sharp position. I imagine the white's slightly better in this position, but very unclear. So quite interesting there. Oh, Jan, a very quick win for Jan Moravsky.
Look at this one. Yeah.
So he's just been he gave away a piece in the other game, and but won quickly all the same, and this one too. So Jan is looking in good form at the moment there. Another person who's been in very good form is Harry Bryant, who's been attacking very nicely indeed. This game against Shambhavi Hariharan is quite even in actual fact. So I mean, black's got a good position, but nothing wrong with white's position either. So looking odds on for the draw, but we will see how that is going. Emil Steiners against Alfred Soulier. Oh, another Makoganov for Emil. He lost against Harry in the first round in a stunning game, I have to say, from Black. But in this one, it's going much better. He's going to get his h5 in, and this is looking very worrying for Black. So indeed, and then let's just do the last one there. Rupert Marston against Sian Ward. So yeah, b5 is coming in here. White should organize e4. Black's completely fine in this position, you know. Yeah, I guess plenty to play for there. Having a look at the British under 8s, we've got George Chen, the Battle of the Georges on
okay.
Chen, and this is a bit of a sharp one. What's the opening there?
Visually looks nice for Black, I think.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 3 pawns. I'm just what I was just slightly wondering about was, are we going to get caught tactically? Because I can just take on e3, and after takes, I just take with a bishop on e3.
Okay, how does that all go? And then
after rook takes, I go rook f1 check.
Ooh.
And after king e8, I go queen g8 mate.
Oh gosh.
Or not mate. You can go queen f8, but I mean,
queen f8.
You're winning. So so I think there's this king on f8. I mean, it's not a natural place for the king, right? I mean, it should on h8 it would look normal, you know, this position, but here I'm a little bit worried that that something's there's a bit of a tactical problem there for Black. I mean,
I guess if they take, you then don't retake straight away. You might.
Yeah,
but go rook e4.
Well, I go rook f1 check then again.
No. I mean, if f takes e3.
Okay, yeah, rook e4. That would be maybe rook d4.
He didn't take.
He didn't take. So okay. Well, you would have thought that that would give Black some additional chances. I mean, at the very least, you could take on f2 or something, you know, at some stage. So yeah, quite balanced. It's going to be a tense one, I think. This one. Kushal, that was the.
That's the one I played in the over the board tournament.
Nice to Black, this one. Position's quite blocked, but the white knights don't have very much scope at all. Black's going to have h4 and maybe be able to do something on the c file. So I think Black's got a slight advantage here. And this one agreed drawn between Yishang Han and Zoe Veselo. I don't know, h2 feels quite weak somehow. I'm just wondering whether there was. Oh, we also had rook e2. Oh, I don't know, it's a draw, but
they're still playing.
Still playing, maybe. Yes, live. Okay, so it's just maybe a wrong score. Adavit Kirti Kumar against Ridvik Deepak Ambatu. Looking very good for Black there. The Junior Championship's over, only 5 rounds. Yeah, I guess. I'm not sure. I guess that they just don't have that many entries, really. So increases the effect of luck is true, indeed.
Yeah.
And here, oh wow, this is going to be over quite soon, I think. Bishop takes f2.
Well, the other thing is, I suppose the kids are at school, so whereas the British Championships going on throughout the week.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Really work for the kids, and then they've got the Giga final, whatever it is, next Terra final. Sorry, Terra final next week, haven't they?
Of course, yeah, that's true. That is true. It's you forget that, really.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go from the top then in the championship. Good to see the under 8s and under 10s there. So Phil Brooks against Nick Pert. Yeah, just a standard sort of position here. Nick's played very flexibly here. I guess, you know, at some stage White is going to want to try and play something like d5 and block in the bishop on b7. And Nick may consider himself playing d6 to d5. And yeah, try to give white an isolated queen's pawn. These are quite typical positions, these are. So you might well play d5 this next move, actually. Wouldn't amaze me in particular. And in principle, you know, white would really want to be ready with maybe a3, b4 to beat d5 with c5. I mean, that would be the ideal, but yeah, probably won't be able to manage that in time.
Oh, do you know what Phil Brooks's job is, by the way? He's retired now, but what his job was?
No.
He was an actuary originally and then moved into more doing IT.
Okay.
So I'm an actuary and you do IT. So it's similar to what we've done.
He is combining both of our best qualities. So Danny Gormally, the Gorm Monster, against Lawrence Webb. So okay, well, Lawrence is teeing up for c5 at some stage, you feel, although there's a bit of an x-ray of the rook on b1 on the bishop on b7, but wouldn't surprise me if Danny very soon played c5 and just, you know, tried to basically to bury that bishop on b7. But these are difficult positions to handle, you know, with white. I'm never 100% sure that you know, you've got a good grip of them, really. I think for the moment, is that true? Is c5 too dangerous? c5 feels like it should be too dangerous because I don't know, a waiting move. I'm trying to find a decent waiting move, actually. Or maybe that's one of the things. Maybe there's not a really good waiting move for white, and I don't know. Maybe something like bishop d2, for example. You know, if you go c5, takes, you would have thought that there's something here that you could do. You know, that exploit the bishop on b7. That's the point. So
maybe black could just drop the bishop back.
Yeah, if you went back there, I could probably easily take on and go bishop a6, something like that. Maybe a bit awkward. But I have to say that, you know, c5 would really be the move that I'd be thinking of. It stops, you know, both the rook on c8 getting active and the bishop on b7, so it feels like a good one. The only thing is that you know, black plays c6 presumably, and then afterwards you've got to try and work out what you're going to do with white. But maybe could that be a decent idea to play knight e5 here? Certainly an idea you could consider. And then you're just going to aim to play f3, you know, and chase the knight back from e4, and then claim that you know, your big space advantage, that's doing the biz for you. That would probably be quite good, in all fairness. So yeah, I'd expect c5 from Danny. He's played c5. Yeah. Took just 3 minutes on it, and that's yeah, fairly normal. So yeah, Danny's looking at the moment. Danny's looking quite good there. So Svetlana Suksikova against Marcus Harvey was a Catalan. Marcus didn't go for the modern Benoni option in the opening, and played quite a sharp modern line. Queen e2 now, hitting the pawn on c4. Yeah, both players have spent quite a lot of time thinking, actually. So it sort of makes you think that maybe the Catalan wasn't quite what Marcus was expecting, and what Marcus has done wasn't what Svetlana was expecting. You know, so
Marcus does normally take his time a bit, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's not a fast player. It's true.
Because I played him at Southampton and I got a really good position against him, and he was in time trouble, but then he just started playing really well.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, yeah, what should black do in this position? I mean, white's going to take on c4, but maybe after a preliminary rook d1, rook c1. So black's got to. I mean, black's got to work out some sort of counterplay now. I mean, is he going to play for e5 at some stage, you know, and break open the center like that, or is he going to try and hang on to the c4 pawn? That'll be tricky, but might need some sacrifices then. And Is that true, Nisa? I always remember him as not such
Oh,
a.
is he? Very speedy. Really? Okay, I could be misremembering. I thought he had a good think sometimes. Fine.
Yeah. So, I mean, with black, if just looking at immediate moves, I'd be thinking of maybe. Okay. Yeah, I mean, e5 straight away would be something that I'd be thinking of. Could maybe look at something like Queen e7 to play e5 later. The move they sometimes play is knight d5, and play knight b6, and then play e5 later. But I'm not 100% sure about the point of that. If you wanted to be kind of risky and sexy, then you might try and play b5. And then the idea is that after, I mean, you do something like a4, then maybe I go bishop a6 or something, and just try and play on that opposition here. Not 100% sure about it, but it might work. Yeah, if you go knight e5, then I could take off. Obviously, take off here, I block. And after bishop takes a8, rather, I could maybe play knight d3 or something. Just try and claim. Pardon me, slipping on my chair. You could sort of claim that you've got some sort of compensation for the exchange. I mean, they do this from time to time in the Catalan. Feels a little bit loose to me, but you never know. Might be possible if you're feeling, if you're sort of feeling lucky, really. E5 though is what Marcus has done. So yeah, that is kind of the most natural move, I think. So yeah, I mean, the question is now quite a big decision for Svetlana now. Actually, I can take on e5 with a knight or with the pawn. Knight takes e5 looks interesting there.
So good take.
Et maintenant,
move the knight. So knight g4.
Que vais-je faire? Que tu es parti. Okay, so let's just try the obvious f4. Not sure about this one. Not sure at all. I mean, that knight g4 is a little bit off, off center really. But maybe I can fight with queen d3 or something. Threaten bishop d2 and then e3 is hanging. Maybe that's possible. Could be. Possible. I could also take and go queen c4. I'm not completely convinced with that. Yeah, I mean, maybe I just go queen e7 actually, and yeah, a bit hard to defend the pawn on e5. You can't go f4 because of knight e3, so that would not be good. But f4 looks kind of crucial for this line. And then
oh, it looks like they're finished. Marcus is walking around and Svetlana's putting on her jacket. Maybe she's just cold.
Yeah, I think she's cold.
She's really putting on her jacket.
You know what I mean with Marcus's tapered trousers? They're always quite I mean, obviously, I'm in much less good shape than Marcus, but my trousers are quite roomy at the bottom. But Marcus has always got quite trousers, quite sort of. I thought how I spotted him. I recognized him. Even from the back, I recognized him. So it's quite a distinctive look.
Yeah, I think she was just putting on her jacket because she's cold, though.
Okay.
It's not like she's going home or anything. Okay, I will put us back.
Yeah. All right, so let's have a look. So yeah, maybe Queen D3 is quite a decent idea there, and then takes, and E3 might be difficult to defend. Rook E1. Look at H3 G4 and keep you out. Well, it must be. It can't be. It must be unclear at any rate. It can't be too bad. And then if we go D takes C5, I guess I'm going to do the same thing, knight G4. Yeah, and then just take back on E5. So I think I would actually say that knight takes C5 is what you'd be looking for. Yeah, I mean bishop G4 would be maybe interesting. Knight G4. F4 and then Queen D3. That's basically what I'm thinking there. And I think takes and then Rook E1. What do you think about this, Natasha?
Well, okay. So I think I want to. If I'm black, I want to sort of close off that diagonal a bit and then get my bishop out. So maybe C6 and bishop F5 sort of thing. Well, maybe not bishop F5 though, because they can just.
Yeah, I mean, the point is you're going to get chased back by something like this. That's what's worrying me slightly. Or even, I don't know, E4 maybe. I'm not sure which one. But
so that knight's not too comfortable on G4 then.
No. I mean, it's sort of. I mean, it's sort of. Yeah, I mean, the other possibility. It felt a little bit odder, but you could just go knight D7.
Yeah.
The only thing that I was wondering about a little bit more was, well, I mean, first of all, F4. You're a little bit cramped here somehow, so. There might be that might cause you some problems, and also stuff like bishop takes B4 takes Queen C4. Queen E7 now. I can play F4, for example.
Can you not go knight E5 though?
Yeah. I could go knight E5, but that was my knight E5. I go Queen B4, so it's a pawn sacrifice now, which you have to justify. And I don't know. I'm not 100% sure that this is super for black. I might have to give away quite a number of pawns. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know.
We can swing this rook over though, can't we? Like in the end, we can go rook A6 and put it anywhere. It's a nice rook.
Anywhere. Yeah. I know it's pretty good, probably decent compensation for the pawn like that. That's sort of possible. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure about F4 in that. What exactly you're going to do? It could go knight C5, but then I take, go Queen C4, and I'm hitting this knight, so I'm getting a tempo as well. Not sure about that. But this is kind of, I mean, these are the critical positions anyway. These are the critical ones. And I don't know whether there's a clever idea for black here.
I do think, though, I like the ones with the knight on D7 better, looking at it, than on G4.
Yeah, I mean, just thinking of some. I mean, I could try bishop F5.
Okay.
I mean, I quite like the ones with knight g4 simply because it's the most active. You know, I mean, you're going for the maximum. That's you know, which in general I quite like. But yeah, I'm not 100% convinced that it's the best one. Obviously, I was wondering about this because you could go h3, and then you could go. Also, all a bit complicated, really. I was thinking about going bishop takes b1. That was the idea.
Yeah.
So bishop takes b4.
Bishop d3.
Queen g4, ab. Which I mean is, I mean, if you're looking for a murky game, then you know you've got it really. So it's yeah, I don't know who's better here, but I mean it could be quite interesting. Bishop f5. Could go e4, and I was just wondering, you know, do I have something now? Maybe queen d4. I mean, I could queen b2. Yeah, I don't know. Total mess, really, I suppose. Takes, yeah, maybe good for white.
Danny Gormali's position is looking good.
Let's have a look. Oh yeah, we saw that, didn't we? Yeah. Yeah, he's played c5, c6. Oh, knight e5. He's done exactly what I predicted. Yeah, it's looking. It's a good position for white. This one, just yeah, in principle, in control at the moment, and yeah, plenty of time on the clock. So yeah, looking good for Danny there. We haven't had a look at Robert Starley for a while. Wow. So d4 was played. Wow, black really went for it there. I thought of several different plans, but d4 and f5 was not what I was thinking of. Takes and then just takes back with the pawn. My goodness me.
I thought the crowd was saying Joe Mcphillips is pretty solid.
Well, that's what the crowd was saying, but can you trust the crowd all the time? I don't know.
Yes, I do. They're a very good crowd.
But, well, I don't know. I don't see this as particularly solid because after bishop e2, he followed up with f5, bishop h5, check, king d7. To be honest, it's looking more like one of Ferrari fans' blitz games than...
I'll tell you whose game this reminds me of. Alan Merry's always doing things like this. Like moving his, not blowing castling and putting his king in the center and like the black side of this.
Indeed, indeed. Well, Alan Merry, that's yeah, I haven't seen him for a while.
Yeah.
But in principle, this doesn't look so bad for black. I suppose the only question really is that you're asking yourself is that d4 pawn, is that really going to survive the course, or is it going to have some problems? But, I mean, you know, white goes knight g3, and then I go probably knight f6. Throw in a bishop b4 check somewhere, maybe. Could maybe bishop d2. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of torn between all sorts of feelings about this position. But I mean, there's all sorts of crazy stuff here. I mean, you know, you can go bishop b4 check, bishop d2, knight e4. Yeah, I'm sorry. I should be condemning black for his play, but it's
king developed. Yes.
Looking vaguely like he might get away with it. No, this is terrible. Of course, d4 is hanging. How is black going to do this? Is knight f6 the right way to do it? There's all sorts of tactics in there, but I mean, you know, I can go knight e4 in this position. And then knight takes, knight d4. And what do I play here?
You mean you got something? I don't know. Bishop c5 is the move I've been wanting to play.
Mm-hmm.
You've got something in mind, haven't you? Oh, the queen e5, picking up the bishop on h5.
Indeed, yeah. So I think this might be what he's teeing up for. Knight e4, queen, because then you go queen e2 maybe, and then I can maybe then I can do a little queen a5 check anyway. I mean, this bishop is not particularly good on h5.
Yeah.
It's really out of the way. So
it does look, yeah.
Maybe something like this. I mean, the important thing always with these things is that you've got to, you've really got to fight for your chances and not back down or anything. And but I suppose maybe after knight f6, I could consider just bishop f3. And looking maybe for bishop takes c6, knight f3.
That looks more sensible, doesn't it?
It does look more sensible. I mean, it remains. Hey, Raylin, how are things?
Hi, Raylin.
It remains a somewhat dodgy position for black, but well, I mean, there's certainly quite a few chances. I mean, h5 is a possible move. Looking for h4, h5 looking for knight g4 actually, or h4 could be possible. Queen a5 check could be possible as well. So yeah, I don't know. It's but it's one that it could go wrong for either side very quickly. I mean, it's really such a weird position. Missing a little tactic is not at all difficult. Oh, I wouldn't mind grabbing a drink, Natasha.
Yeah, go for it.
It's just going to grab an extra Coke.
Okay. Well, I'll put on the video for a while. That's Marcus walking around, and I might grab myself a drink as well. So let's turn us two off and just keep it on there. Hi, Raylin. You're playing over the board. 3 days event. What are you playing in? Okay, I will get my chess.com. There we go. Okay. Fine. Let's see. All right. Let's see, Keith Arkle. North Carolina Chess Championship in Charlotte. Good luck, Raylin. Okay, so Keith is heading towards an endgame. He is famed for his rook and pawn endings. He's going for a rooks and bishops and pawn ending today. And what he's managed to do is constrain checkmate a lot's, Peter Finn's king to h8 And now he's coming in with his bishop. Yeah, so what's he doing with this? I think he'll get his so black can't cut it off with b6, and if black tries to develop, so black's plan to develop is like rook b8, it could be, then Keith can stop that with bishop c7 and stop that rook developing. Chess Classic, I heard a rumor that the Chess Classic is happening, Macbeth, and I don't know much more about it than that, but I did hear it was happening. So that would be fantastic news if that's all right. Yeah, because that's a lovely event. Okay, and Checkmate Loss is having a think about how to develop. Ah, good cup of tea. Very nice. Ah, right. Someone's saying Pert has a better opening. So let's see Nick Pert then against Phil Brooks. Okay. And so they're still playing quite a sort of slow positional game here. And Phil's having a bit of a think. Oh, he's been thinking over 10 minutes on this move, so he's having a good think here. And let's look at Theo. Now, when we left this game, Theo was just out of theory, and we were discussing black. So I'm going to see if we can find which move we were up to. They'd been sort of f4 and f5. So we'd had this kind of position. And king h8, which was the unusual move. So black had previously played bishop f5 before. Oh, Macbeth says Olympia is covered in scaffolding. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they'll do it at a different venue then. Yeah, but I definitely heard there was something happening this year. And Theo swaps off this bishop. And that's where we are now. Aha, let's let Matthew back in. Hello. We were just catching up with Theo's game. And
yeah, looking quite nice, really, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, he's swapped out bishops.
I mean, if you get the queens off and you've just got this, it's a nice pawn structure to play, you know, in without the queens on. You know, got a nice spot on d5 for your knight to attack c7 and b6. And yeah, these pawns g2, h3, h2, g3, f4 are pretty good, really. Pawn controlling e5. So yeah, I don't know. This looks very nice for white. It's you've got control of the game. Have you accepted all data?
I just logged in. Yeah.
Oh, okay, fine, good.
Right, Neil Bradbury has played f4.
Yeah, this is looking quite nice for white here. I mean, yeah, black hasn't managed yet to solve the problem of the bishop on c8. So yeah, I mean, this is
that really can't move at all, can it?
No, I know they're going to come with c5 and b4 and all that. So it's going to be a real uphill struggle for black here.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. Okay, so should we start from the top?
Start from the top. So
yes.
Okay, a6,
just played a4.
Yeah, no, I think Nick might play d5 now. Actually, I think because now we've got an extra little square on b4, you know, for our pieces. So yeah, d5 looks very sensible to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a standard position, really. But yeah, playable for both sides. But you know, black can feel fairly happy with what he's got out of the opening.
Okay, we did just check in on Danny. So let's see Svetlana and Marcus.
Yeah, I mean, here Svetlana's this needs a long thing, this game, this position, because you need to decide how you're going to capture on e5.
Yeah.
and I think you should take with a knight. I think, but it's sharp. I mean, there's plenty of sharp lines there, and be intrigued to see how Marcus reacts. After knight takes c5, takes d takes c5. I mean, that'll be quite.
Yeah, because we were looking at this earlier, and we were looking at knight g4 or knight d7 as the
exactly.
possibilities. Well, Svetlana's been thinking nearly 25 minutes now on this move, so she's.
Only it's only move 9 already. So been a lot of thinking.
Gosh, yes, you're right.
I mean, you've got to watch out on one state, on one hand, because it's possible to burn yourself out, by thinking so much so early. But on the other hand, it's a very crucial position, this one. So
he definitely does. I am right. She definitely does go. She doesn't mind a bit of time trouble.
No, I don't think so.
For it to have a good thing.
Yeah. But I would spend quite a bit of time. Probably 25 minutes. That would be the max I want to spend on one move nowadays.
Yeah. Okay. So she's got another 40 seconds left to move then.
Yeah. That's.
We'll see if she does.
But it's good. It is good practice to spend a good long time in this position. But
okay. Well, we won't watch and see exactly how long we'll have it. We'll keep going. So Hebs against Louise, and we saw Hebs picked up a pawn with a little trick with a bishop h7 and a queen c2 forking king and knight.
Yeah, looking good so far. I think I mean, we've got we've still got rooks and queens on, so obviously colored bishops generally should be quite a nice thing for that. And I think something like I don't know, rook d1, queen g3, h4 to h5. It starts getting dangerous quite quickly, I think. So we'd expect Hebs to be able to make this one, but it's going to be. I'm sure Louise is going to do her utmost to make things difficult for Hebs. So
okay, and so this position we did just see.
Bishop c5
bishop
played
c5,
by.
yes. So we were thinking about that.
He didn't fancy my knight f6 to e4 trick. So
no.
Okay. Bishop c5 is okay. Just
looks normal, doesn't it?
Yeah. Bishop coming to b6. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not quite sure. I mean, I'm very tempted really to castle queenside with white. Bishop d2 castles, but
that's true. White has not moved the king. Black has moved the king, but white has not. Yeah, I would. I'd castle queenside.
And I mean, with that bishop on c5, somehow you have the feeling that you're going to have to do lots of stuff in order to. Sorry, just close the door there. They'll have to do lots of stuff in order to castle properly, whereas castling queenside looks easier. So I think I probably want to do that. And but it's just the pieces. Yeah, I think this is what Robert Starley is going for. But just that your pieces are just a bit knight on g3 restricted by the pawn on f5, bishop on h5 over. I don't know. It doesn't quite feel as good as as you feel it should be, really. So
these ones have only played 13 moves as well.
That I understand. I mean, this is a wild old position, this one, and I think Joe has been doing his best to confuse everything in the position. So this is kind of one that really does need a lot of thinking.
Okay, right, Keith and Peter, the bishops.
Ooh,
so Keith's doing this maneuver with bishop a5, and I think it's to try and stop Black getting his pieces out at all. Because you can't put the rook on d8, and if you put the rook on b8, you can just kind of push it away again with this bishop to c7. So he can't really get anything out.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose what you'd expect really is something like, bishop somewhere basically. So it might go to f5 or to g4 or to h3.
Okay, and just give up that pawn.
Well, you're not really giving it up because I mean, bishop b7, I've got rook b8, and then b2 is hanging.
Yeah.
But I think what you're worried about is that after something, bishop somewhere, then white will play rook c1, and then rook c7 after. But okay, I mean, maybe there's some tactical chances, but it's going to be quite, yeah, it's all going to be quite tight, really. You know,
if white goes rook c1, couldn't black just go rook c8?
Yeah, they don't want to go bishop takes b7. That's the idea. And then I've got my rook.
And then if rook back to b8, then we go rook.
Yeah, but there's a big thing in all this, is that the this bishop on a5, we've got these bishop d8 retreats. So it's kind of, I'm still trying to work out what. I mean, it doesn't matter. I go bishop h3 simply. Let's try that one. You know, just somehow bishop f5 feels better to me, but let's just say bishop h3.
Yeah.
So bishop b7, I've got rook a b8. You know, that's just clear.
Yeah.
So I mean, you could go back to g2 and try and claim that you're better in this result again. You might be, but okay. I mean, it's not huge.
It's not much though. Although Keith, you know, it's his thing.
Yeah.
But...
yeah. So rook a c1 now, and then I'm just thinking, for example, if we go rook a e8 here.
His eyes just pointed out Keith's extra hour on the clock.
Yeah, no, I mean this is gonna be part of it as well. But so the idea is that if you go rook c7, I go bishop d8, which is actually rather annoying.
Yeah.
Annoying. And if you go bishop takes b7
instead,
then I go rook b8, and if you go rook c7,
we still go bishop d8.
I still go bishop d8.
So this doesn't work. Being
no,
brutally honest.
So. I don't think so. And basically, after you go rook a8, so move 18. So after you go rook a8, I want to go b6 then, and then I'm gonna, you know, and then afterwards I'll go rook c8 or rook d8, and I'll be fine. So
this can't be what he's got in mind.
I'm just wondering what. I mean, what you could do, what you could do, is to go bishop g2 in this position.
Yeah. And
then after Chopperuni takes, I go b6 probably, and then you go rook d7, I guess.
Yeah.
And there you've managed to do your stuff. So I mean, but maybe bishop h3 isn't best. Maybe bishop f5 is best. You know, it feels like a little bit more of a flexible move. Peter's got.
Oh, but he has played rook b8.
Yeah.
And then Keith did what I thought. Yeah, bishop c7 and rook
but
a8.
This is not gonna. This is not good.
For who?
For black. I mean, this is not in any way any sort of gain, really. You know, I mean, you've just given white 2 tempi, really. You know, and
although is the bishop's. I suppose it is a bit better on c7 than on c3 because it's covering d8 and b8.
Yeah, much better, I think.
Yeah, and also if the bishop does come out, now we play bishop b7, and there isn't rook b8 to defend.
So, I mean, you're going to be looking at stuff like a5 and rook a6, but actually, you know, even if you get your rook to a6, I'm not really sure.
You still can't move it away because your a5 pawn's on prise now.
Yeah.
Okay, so Keith's made.
I think Keith's
progress.
I think, to be honest, I would almost say this is winning for white.
Really, that good.
Yeah. And whereas I'm not sure. You know, with what we were looking at, bishop f5. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not 100% sure that this was winning for white, but. There must be a way to get some edge, but it wasn't so clear. But this is just
yeah. Okay. Progress for Keith. So let's see. S. Willison and David Eggleston.
Well, that D pawn that was
does look
away, that seems to have.
It's getting a bit towards the White's army.
Indeed. Yeah, this is looking very good for Black. Yeah, I mean, what you'd really want, yeah. No, what can you say? It's just it's two extra pawns for Black, and yeah, just a winning position really.
Yep.
Not much to be done with that one, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, eggy is what you could say, says Nizam. Yeah.
Okay. So right, let's see Andrew Ledger against Ollie Stubbs.
Okay, so yeah, it's one of these typical positions where Black sort of you swap off a knight for the light square bishop. You give a weak pawn on c6, but there's some play, against the queenside dark squares for Black. So the question is it enough?
Are we going for like c4 and bishop c3?
We are eventually aiming to chase that knight away, yeah, and to. But after c4, we'll have knight b4, or in general, I think will be the reply. This must be. You would have thought this would be better for White. Quite clearly.
Yeah, because you've got the bishop pair and a better pawn structure.
Yeah, it's just a question of unraveling a little bit, because in principle, Black can put pressure on b2, something like doubling on the b file, and then and also put maybe the bishop on f6, put pressure on c3 b2, and you've got to find an answer to this pressure. That's the thing, and it might be chasing away the knight on d5 first of all with c4, but then you've got some stuff like knight b4. So there's some sort of unraveling to be done, but in general, you would have said, you'd expect White to be much better in this position. It's sort of position that Andrew plays pretty well, really. It's his kind of stuff there. So I think that's going to be a bit of a tricky one for Oliver there.
Okay, Theo. So they just swapped off bishops and queens, and Theo's coming in looking at that pawn on c7 now.
Ooh, yeah, might. Okay, so a2 is hanging, but then c7 will go. So so I guess that would probably be. That is probably just fine, isn't it? Yeah. I wonder whether Theo really needs to hurry with that. You might have been able just to go a3, and wait first. But okay. I mean that's. I mean, if Black doesn't take the pawn on a2, then you go either rook ac8 or rook fc8. Neither of which look amazingly attractive. I'm suddenly wondering as well whether that knight could have gone to b5, because like this, when we go rook ac8, then we've got knight f6 just to chase the knight away, threaten an exchange. So hey, Arseny.
Hi. How did it go, Arseny?
Okay, I mean maybe after something like rook ac8, we're going to go knight d4, and bring the knight in like that. I mean, this is I mean, this looks like a fairly unpleasant ending for Black. Oh, you drew. Fair enough. But yeah, I'm looking a little bit at rook a2 in this position.
Yeah.
Knight c7, and wondering whether there's any possibility to start something up.
Let's see. So rook a2, knight c7, presumably.
Yeah, I could throw in a king. I could throw in a king b1 first. I don't know, but let's have a look. I was vaguely wondering about obviously rook f8. I just go knight c7. So yeah, this might be a good thing to do actually. Rook a4 and then knight c7. There's probably no counterplay, is there? Probably not really.
Well, if white's okay and there's not too much, then white's pawn structure is way better.
Yeah, no, this is too bad. So I think we're going to have to do a bit of passive defense here.
Mm.
So instead of that, we're going to have to go probably rook ac8.
And this c pawn.
Yeah.
Well, white would be happy with that.
Yeah. Now, I mean, the natural move here would be something like knight d4, maybe.
Taking on a2 looks nice for Theo. Yeah. Yeah.
And after knight d4, then I'm actually threatening, well, either knight b5 or knight e6. So you know,
So you better take.
You should really take it, yeah. Rook takes. And now, I mean, I guess you could knight f6 is kind of normal here.
Yeah.
I can't think of any other move. And now we've got this side. Yeah, this is where you start. I mean, something like well, I mean, you know, knight f6 and rook e7 is obviously the thing you think of first, really.
Knight f6, presumably rook takes.
Yeah, I think so.
Rook e7.
Rook e7. But you go king g8, and it's not 100% clear that you're.
So say you try and take this pawn off.
Yeah, I'll go rook f7 then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about after knight takes f6, rook takes f6. I was thinking about playing rook a4.
Okay.
Without rook e7, probably.
Without these ones in.
It doesn't really matter, I suppose. Yeah, rook a4 just to come round to b7. But you can meet rook a7 with rook b8, and you're just a little bit too slow. You know, if it was your move, rook a7 would win a pawn because rook b8, rook takes b7. But you go king g8, and then you're just about holding it all together.
Yeah. So what do I mean? What if you do it with the other rooks, with the other rook in?
That's sort of the same, really. You've always got this rook f7 move, so yeah. Just wondering. I mean, you could just you know, keep control of the e file, and then you know, start moving your pawns forward, and you claim that you're better. But I'm just wondering whether there's anything.
So here, black just goes rook f7 then.
King g8 probably.
King g8. And here, oh, and then you go here. Yeah.
You're just in time not to lose.
Yeah.
If you just go back a bit. Yeah, knight f6. Let's stop at knight f6 again. Just have a check if there's anything better.
Knight f6 here.
Yeah. Knight e7, rook c8 doesn't look fantastic.
And rook e7, you just trade on d5.
Yeah, trade d5 and go king g8 again.
It's always the same.
You're not quite there. You're just a tempo too slow somehow. Yeah, I mean, so maybe, you know, just taking on e6 and taking control of the e file, and then just trying to advance with your pawns. You know, that might be the best thing. But it's that, I just sort of, again, I just sort of thinking, instead of having played knight d5, if we played knight b5 instead,
Yeah.
then then that knight just couldn't be chased away at all. We could have had exactly the same, basically, just knight b5. And then rook ac8. And then knight d4. Knight bd4. And we get the same knight takes. I go rook takes. Only you can't chase me away with knight f6. You can't play c6 either. So then stuff like rook c4 is really strong. I mean, it's a really big threat. I think this was maybe slightly inaccurate there.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, if you go king g8 in this position with black, I go rook e7, rook f7, and I take, and I go rook takes d6.
Very clever.
So I mean, I think that was actually maybe an inaccuracy there to put the knight on d5. I think that's it's quite typical. You see it in the King's Indian a lot. You put the knight on b5 against this c7 d6, and normally when black's gone a5, not with ab but with a5, it's the same thing. And the knight is unmovable, and all sorts of tricks arise. So I think that was maybe a bit more accurate, because I think I'm looking at this double rook ending, and I'm sort of thinking, I think black's got
not much there. Yeah.
Well, no. I mean, it's still an edge, for white. I mean, give it to Magnus, and he'll do some he'll do some pain for you. But I think I don't think it was the best line. I think maybe knight b5 was better.
All right, let's look at Neil against Amirabis.
Ooh, h5.
Going for it, Amirabis.
So, I mean, I think white should start thinking about playing c5 now, I think, and
yes, and stopping this bishop ever getting out.
Yeah, this is really horrible for black.
So so if c5, if black tries h4, do we just
king g2, I guess?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just very tough. I mean, e4 for white could also be a good move instead of c5. E4 could also be good. Because I mean, you're threatening sort of, yeah. I mean, e takes f5 even. It's just so.
Yeah, if that bishop's kind of not out, then it's hard for black to defend anything, because you're just because the bishop and the rook isn't out really.
Yeah, you're right. And you say, I mean, you really are playing with a queen, just with a queen and a pawn, really. So yeah, it's tough. It's a tough position. So I think that's looking like a nice game for white. Only thing that's somehow white spent a lot of time here, and you would have thought you could have maybe played this a bit quicker, to also put the clock pressure on black, but yeah, looking very good.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, let's see. Phil Brooks against Nick Perch.
Ooh, a lot has happened there. Need to go back a few moves just to see what happened after 11a4, 12a4. Oh yeah, so Nick did play d5.
That's what we thought.
And then knight e5 was played. Okay. And then here Nick took on e5. Interesting. Takes knight e4. Takes. Neil was always susceptible to time trouble. I thought that was true, actually, Simon. Yes, that's. I do remember it as a time trouble player.
So Phil's going straight for the ending.
Yeah. So how winnable is this for black? Well, it's sort of unbalanced, isn't it? So, I mean, I guess what you want to play is something like, f6 with black, king f7, start moving those kingside pawns forward. the only thing you've got to watch out for with white, with black rather, is that the b6 pawn is a little bit weak. Could be targeted by bishop e3, but I guess black's just going to put bishop c5 then. You know, so that should be all right. The other thing you've got to watch out is, you know, having played f6, for example, there's also possibilities of e takes f6 and bishop c7. You know, so that's also a little bit tricky, but in general, that's what black wants to do, I think.
Oh, could you do that straight away?
Yeah, you could try it. I'm not 100% sure. You know, I go probably bishop f6 maybe.
Bishop here.
Yeah, and then I go maybe, I don't know.
Rook takes rook if you want to.
Yeah, I could do. It's not fantastic, really, is it? I'd say you're going to have some difficulties winning this with black.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, you've got to watch out for that one. I mean, that's the thing. Maybe you've got to play the rook to c8 first or something.
Okay. So I think maybe can't do f6 straight away. Yeah,
maybe you can play rook c8 first of all, and but I mean, the general plan will be to try and gain some space on the king side. You know, move the king side pawns forward and try and connect with that pawn on e4 to create a big mass. You know, that's basically going to be the idea. But yeah, I mean, another idea Nick could do is, you know, just to play a5 and then bishop c5. You know, cement yourself on there first, and then play for f6. That might be more sensible.
Yeah.
You think you just got to watch out that that you don't end up in a situation where, you know, white goes bishop e3, and then bishop c5 takes, and then rook d6, and all of a sudden, you know, you're in a bit of a quandary about what you want to do. But now, I mean, these things you could take on d6 and go rook d8, and maybe that pawn is just getting lost.
So I guess you go here.
Yeah, rook d1, and then I'm guessing f6 now.
Okay. You get f6 in the end.
Yeah. Probably it's going to be, or maybe even f5 actually, because then you can go king f7, f6 to e5 then.
Yeah.
Probably it's nothing special for white, you know.
Yeah.
So
I'm convinced.
Yeah. So probably a plan like that. So maybe you start with bishop c5, I don't know, or maybe you you know, not to allow bishop e3. You could start with bishop c5. The only thing is, after bishop c5, then white's got bishop g5, which, you know, might be a bit irritating. So if I go bishop c5 and bishop g5, that's why I was thinking of trying to play f6 first, and you know, I mean, I could also play, you know, if you go a5 and I go bishop e3, bishop c5, I could then go to g5 afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and I don't know. Yeah, I mean, maybe you can just play rook c8, just give up the d file temporarily, because you can cover it with bishop c6, and then afterwards you're going to try and
yeah, there's no point going to here.
Yeah,
you have to come back.
Yeah, and afterwards you can play h6 and maybe try and you know, it's tricky. I mean, you know, always with these positions, you know, they're quite simple, but they're also you know, if you're looking for winning chances with black, which I'm sure Nick is, then yeah, it can get quite intricate. You know, the balances.
I just thought, yeah, because these ones are doing rooks, 2 rooks and 2 bishops, and Keith and Checkmate a lot were doing the same sort of thing. I'm going to just see how they're going.
Nick Purton, the junior champs. Or is it just an outdated title? It's an outdated title. Sorry about that.
Oh, sorry. I just kept on the junior champs.
Yeah, because we are also looking at the junior champs as well. That's from time to time. So, yeah.
It's a versatile, not very versatile title. I'll just generalize it next time to just British Championships.
Yeah, I think
we'll cover whatever we want. Yeah, whatever we cover. Okay. Yeah, so this is the other rook and bishop endgame, which is Keith. And We just saw Keith shut in that rook, but it's now coming out. So how did it get out? So it was bishop c7, rook a8, a5.
Now bishop b6. Was that necessary? I wonder.
To play bishop b6, you mean?
Yeah, I was just thinking, I was just thinking of playing, I don't know, a4 and then just gradually winning. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't sure after if I go a4 and black goes rook a6. I wasn't really sure how white was escaping. Black was escaping actually. I couldn't really think of a single move for black. So
okay, yeah. So instead of that, this one.
Yeah. I mean, rook a6. I can go. Yeah. No, I'm not. Just gonna get the right one. King g2, maybe. Just play king g2.
Okay.
And then I'm just wondering what is black doing?
You haven't got a single square along here, you mean?
Well, no, and I mean, if you move your light square bishop, I take on b7.
All right. What if you move that one to? Oh no, you can't. You can't move that one. You can't do anything. It's a bit annoying to play. I bet you for poor checkmate, he's probably really annoyed. You could go here.
Yeah. Okay. But then I'm starting to think about playing moves like. Okay, I'll just go h3. I mean, let's just want to go g4. And I'll go e3, and I'm just going to want to expand on the king side. I'm just wondering. Yeah, I'm just wondering simply. Is there anything that the checkmate lock can do here? And I'm not 100% convinced that he can.
So checkmate a lot. Can't really move that light squared bishop. That's the problem. It's not much to be done, is there?
No, I don't know. I mean, I could be missing something. So apologies to.
I guess he has to try and get his king out as well.
Yeah, but then if the king comes onto the 7th rank, that's going to give us. I think that's just going to give us tactics. To be honest, I think that's going to benefit us rather than because then it's just a target on top of that. So I don't know. I mean, I might be wrong. I might be missing something obvious, but that was what I was assuming Keith would do. Would just do.
Yeah, I agree. It looks like black, like none of the pieces can really move. So then you're left with just pawns to move, and you don't want to. Yeah. Really move them either.
And I can think of loads of ways in which white can improve his position. So,
what about b6?
Yeah, I go bishop c4 then. That's the idea.
Oh, yeah.
And I pick up the pawn.
Day at the office for Keith. Yeah, no, I think you're right.
Then I pick up the pawn afterwards. So, yeah. I mean, okay, black's given up a pawn, and he's, he's vaguely sort of, he's still, fighting. I mean, pawn down, but that just seems, seemed like that was what I was expecting to happen anyway. Put it that way. We
were thinking playing a long endgame against Keith is not what one would want to do on a Sunday afternoon. But this is Saturday, so I'm sure
it's absolutely fine.
Checkmate Lot is having a lovely time.
Yeah, it could well be that Keith's, it might well be that Keith's idea is more. Cutting,
Let's see what Keith did then. Let's see if Keith whether Keith's also managed to get that kind of bind. Bishop c5. Oh, he's swapping. He's swapping the bishops.
Takes.
And that's where we've got to. Okay, so he's planning this tactic of rook c8 and then bishop b7, isn't he?
He's got that in the air. That's definitely true.
Yeah, because so this the bishop can't move, but maybe the other rook goes back. Maybe this rook on a6 just moves again to defend the tactic. But then you go rook c7.
No, I mean, I was thinking more of something like
Black's in trouble.
thinking more of something like rook b6.
Rook b6. Okay. So I can't take on a5 because you're going to take on b2. So I've got to move. I just got to go b3.
Yeah, and then I'll go a4, I guess.
Okay. So may I just take it?
Yeah, and I'll do something like how do I want to do this? Rook to rook b2 or bishop h3. I'm not quite sure which one.
Let's say rook b2. Okay, so you're threatening this one. So we can defend them both, but it's getting a bit.
Yeah, I'll go bishop h3 maybe. Not sure. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's not clear. I mean, it might just be just as good as you know. I mean, in the other way, we're just waiting for black to give up a pawn, and in this way, we're kind of forcing black to give up a pawn. So it might be might just be a good. This might be a good way as well that Keith has found to play. But just wasn't my first obvious thought. When I saw it somehow. But okay. I mean, that's
right.
interesting.
Eggy.
Who's taken another pawn?
Okay. That's a lot of pawns now.
Yeah, and there's a mate threat against g2 if the knight moves. So, yeah.
Very, very good for black. Winning for black, probably. Okay.
Indeed, a Rooney.
All right. Andrew Ledger, Stubbs. Okay.
Yeah, that's probably a pretty good idea, I think, to put the pawn all the way to c4. Because, I mean, probably that, White's going to have to play b3 at some stage. And then afterwards, c3 gets weak. So you'll be able to soften up the dark squares and get some sort of outpost for your knight on the dark squares. So that's probably a pretty good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, slight edge for White, but yeah, tough to make something of it.
Okay. Now what's happened here?
That
was our. I was going to get excited. That was our analysis. That's not real, everybody.
A lot has happened.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is not what's actually happened. So we were.
I mean, it was knight d5, which we thought maybe was a touch inaccurate there. So rook ac8. Yeah, actually, what we were analysing has happened actually. So chopper Rooney. Rook e7, king g8, rook d4. Yeah.
This is really, yeah.
Yeah, king d2. Yeah, I mean, this is basically what we said. That, and yeah, I mean, this is still an advantage for White. I mean, you've got the e file. You're going to what are you going to try and do? You're going to try and move your queenside pawns forward. Sort of clamp down somehow on Black's queenside pawns, and then try and advance your kingside pawns. So that is in principle quite good. Now, the only thing I'm wondering about, just the way that Theo has done it here, isn't there rook h6 here?
Let's see. So rook h6. We better not let that get taken, so we can go h4.
Yeah, I can go rook g6 then.
Rook
that's
g6.
the idea.
And you're going to say if we drop back, you can take on g3.
Yeah, although that was the idea, but actually it wouldn't even be clear because I could just take on g3, then take on g7 and h7.
Yeah,
but I reckon that yeah.
So that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's also the possibility that White would have to go rook d7 and rook e7. Yeah, that's right, Isai. That's also possible. You could also just
just try and get the two rooks on the 7th.
Yeah. Which would probably be, also at the very least it would be sufficient compensation, probably. But yeah, I'm not sure whether the rook should have gone to e7, Mishvili. I'm not sure. It might have been better not to put it on e7 and just double up a little bit lower on the board. But I think it's probably still quite good. So I think
right here.
Yeah, we could have just gone rook d4, and then you wouldn't have that. You just sort of keep your rooks together, and then you're going to play c4, and you'll have the
Threatening
bottom,
mates as well.
indeed, and you'll have the bottom rook to defend. To defend the h2 pawn. That might have been cleaner as well. But it is very tempting. I mean, I do understand. I mean, it's one of those things, during a game, really. It is quite tempting to put the rook on e7, and you'll feel a bit, you'll feel a bit silly if you don't do it. But maybe it doesn't achieve that much on there. But in principle, Theo's plan is, I think it's correct. I don't think you just take the e file and then you're just going to try and expand, and then we're just going to see how well does seventh heaven. I mean, we're just gonna see afterwards, whether we can achieve something with squeezing. Could be. I mean, if black stays passive all the way, then you would have thought that white could get a fair way with the pawns.
All right, let's see.
Very good game from Theo so far. Neil has played e4. Yeah.
Yes.
I think that's a very good move.
Yeah, and
it's a nasty dilemma for black. What you're going to do? Anything that you do sort of feels like it weakens you, really. So yeah. And e takes f5 is one idea. I mean, e5 you can also do then. You take away f6 from the knight, and you also clamp down on the d6 pawn, reopen the diagonal of the light squared bishop. So yeah, it's a really horrible position this for black.
Yeah. So what if black tries d6 just to try and get some pieces out? Yeah,
possible. I mean, I've got stuff like knight b5 simply, which will
wins a pawn probably on.
It will win a pawn. I mean, yeah. It will win a pawn. I can see on the video Peter Finn spending a lot of time thinking, and Keith walking around now.
So, back to normality.
Mark can see Mark still sitting at the board against Louise. Actually, I don't think Louise has got up either. Actually, I mean, looking at the people here, I don't know. A lot of very concentrated people here. It's just not that many people walking. Marcus Harvey walks around quite a bit. I mean, I walk around quite a bit as well, actually, during my games. Just
I
can't. I find it. Yeah.
I do. I walk around, and I do. I think I've got worse as I get older. I hop up every move nowadays.
Well, it's not quite. I don't know. I mean, a question of. I think it's. I find it very important to keep alert and alive, really. And I find that sitting down, especially if the hall's a bit hot or anything like that, I find you get dull quite easily. And just important to have your mind racing a little bit. And I've always found actually that walking around just makes you feel a bit more.
Keeps your brain going, doesn't it?
Yeah, keeps the brain going.
Yeah.
So I mean, if you're just, I mean, I certainly don't look at other people's games. I mean, I don't take in anything of what other people are playing. I try and focus on what I'm doing. But yeah, just to walk around and. I mean, the idea always was, I think I still do this. Always thought that you should, when you're sitting at the board, you calculate, and when you're walking around the board, you think of strategy, positional stuff, and find that a very useful way to divide up my time.
Okay, is that back on? Yeah. Okay, good.
Oh, good Lord! Look what we've got. Oh no.
No, that's just my analysis. That's just analysis, isn't it?
Yeah. So what? He didn't play e4. Actually, he didn't play e4.
Oh, sorry. So where did we get?
King h1.
Okay, completely different. G6, King h1. Quieter way of playing, really.
No, not quieter. Rook g1.
Oh God, no. I thought he was being peaceful, but no, he's going to open up the G file and play for mate.
Well, yeah, I think the idea is prophylaxis. Actually, it's quite a nice idea. Just the idea is that Black is thinking about playing Queen h6 and h4, and you're just saying, well, okay, if you do that, then the G file will be mine as well.
Yeah, so meet h4 with g4.
Yeah, nice idea. Rather Petrosianish, maybe a little bit over. I sort of feel it's like overdoing it somehow. You're not in that much danger. So, but yeah, I mean, it's a cool idea. So respect.
Okay. Right. Let's start at the top again. Phil Brooks.
Okay. No. Sorry.
Is that our analysis again?
No. So you got to. So look. Yeah, they said Nick played h6, and after bishop e2, he's gone bishop c5. Yeah. So he's. I mean, the correct considerations that we had, Nick has dealt with by playing h6. I don't like h6 really. But that's just. I love being efficient with my moves, and h6 feels vaguely, inefficient. But it's probably a good idea because now he's going to get everything that he wants. So you know what, you can't really complain about it.
Don't criticize too much then.
No. But he'll probably play a5 next. I mean, I think. Really, I wonder whether Phil is going to play a5 himself. It would be kind of nice.
Yeah, maybe he will.
It would be nice if you could, because I think if Black goes a5, then he's so consolidated. Ooh, I'm not sure. Oh, is he going to try and swap off all the rooks? That's possible.
He has been doing a lot of swapping.
Yeah, no, that's true. Interesting. I wonder whether Nick will actually avoid that, because I think you can just play rook a8 actually.
Yeah.
Or is that am I being over clever there? Now the idea was rook a8. In the rook d7, I go bishop c6. That was the idea. And then, but I'm wondering actually after if I go. Oh, pardon me. If I go. Oops, everything's falling. If I go rook c8, rook a8 rather.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the idea was rook d7, bishop c6, and I'm hitting c4. A4 rather. Oops.
Yeah.
And I'm stopping rook a7. So that was the idea. But you might go a5 in this position.
Yeah.
With the idea that if b takes a5, I go rook d7, and then if I go bishop c6. Then you go rook c7, which is rather embarrassing. But I suppose what I could do after rook d7 actually is to go rook b8.
You'd have to.
Yeah, but it's probably not so bad because I mean I've got this target of b2 now. This a5 is weak on the queen side, but there's a big target of b2. So somehow I'll be able to play, I don't know, bishop f8 and then go bishop c6, and just target this pawn. So yeah, I would have thought, to be honest, that rook a8 would be my first idea, really, just to keep the rooks on, because I think you're going to need the rooks to win this. I can't believe you can win this without the rooks.
Yeah,
I might be wrong.
So okay, so we're going to expect Nick to keep
to
those
play
rooks
the subtle rook a8.
Yeah,
AlphaZero style.
Yeah. Okay, let's see Danny Gormally against Lawrence Webb.
So what has happened? Has Danny sacked a pawn there? He has sacked a pawn indeed.
So where did we last see it?
We saw it after f3.
So f3. So he goes back.
e4.
g5. Lawrence.
e2.
Going for an attack.
Okay. Oh, okay. Wow. It's pretty creative from Danny, and probably pretty good as well. Yeah. I think this is a very It's a very grandmasterly idea, this.
The crowd's not convinced by our analysis of
No.
back to A8. And
We will see.
we will see. Let's see what he does.
This is quite nasty for black. This is very nice. This is very nice what Danny's done, I have to say.
He's got a matrix of dark squares.
Indeed.
The thing.
Yeah, and this rook b4, you know, it's attacking g4 as well. So there's all sorts.
Because look at the queen b2 is going to be a fork.
Yeah. So I was looking at bishop a6 here, and then bishop a6, rook a6, queen b2. You know, hitting that knight and threatening rook b7. Then if you do something like queen g7 or something, for example, I've got f takes g4, which is kind of key, really.
Yeah, and you can't recapture with either the pawn or the knight, so you have to recapture.
Oh
no, or the queen. You just can't recapture.
You can't recapture. That rook on b4 is awesome, and you can't play rook fa8 because I got bishop takes f6. So you're just totally lost, totally utterly lost here.
Okay, nice play from Danny.
I think, I think you know, this is definitely the best game of the round so far. I think it's you know, showing some very some very nice middle game play here. You know, definitely. There's a lot of good games, by the way, but but this is very nice. Oh, Marcus has got a nice edge now. So what? How did Svetlana deal with this? Oh yeah, look, we've got some of the stuff.
So where were we?
A bit more. It was move 9.
Oh really? Oh gosh, yes, it was. It was right in the opening. Yeah.
Yeah. So
she's down to 7 minutes actually.
Yeah. So e5. Oh, but
knight
then spent 12 minutes afterwards. So
he did go. You like knight g4 and I like knight d7, and he did go knight g4.
Yeah, but bishop b4 is it's trying to bail out there, but yeah. I think f4 was absolutely crucial for white. You had to go for it there, I think. But queen c4 and then queen e7. That's also pointed that one out as well. That was why I liked having the knight on g4, because that way I don't have to sack the pawn with knight e5. I can keep my pawn on b4, and f4 is impossible because of knight e3. So cool. So knight d2, knight takes e5, queen e4, rook e8, knight f3, takes. Yeah, c6, e4, bishop e6. This is really pleasant for black. You know, I mean, it's not a winning advantage or anything, but you're going to end up essentially with a bit more active position and an extra queenside pawn. So you're going to end up with a passed queenside pawn. So yeah, and with the time situation as it is as well, you know, it's. So far, I think Marcus has played it beautifully. You know, it's really played fast and active and everything. You know, so great.
So black's threatening to take on a2 at the moment.
Yeah. So you've got to go a3 with white.
Oh, a3, not b3.
Oh no, b3. Your a2 pawn is going to be a nightmare forever, I think.
Yeah. Okay. So a3.
Go a3, but then I think maybe you just go rook a4 or something, for example. Rook a4. And the idea is after ab, I just go rook b4.
Okay.
And it's a wonderful square for the rook. This one protects b7, attacks e4, attacks b2.
Yeah.
You know, and a4 a move. A4. I'm a bit worried about b3 then.
So a4 here.
Yeah.
B3.
I might be wrong. I might well be wrong, but I was worried about b3 here.
Maybe picking up this. What, queen b4 picking up?
Yeah, maybe queen c3 though. I didn't spot that
queen
one.
c3. Okay. So what if we just try and double rooks?
Yeah, not. Not silly. I don't know. But maybe, yeah, okay, maybe, yeah. No, it could be. Well, no, it's not. A4's not bad. Maybe not B3, but maybe I just go Rook D8 then. Maybe simply. Maybe that's simpler. Just go Rook D8 first.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it is going to be difficult. I really think it's going to be difficult because if the queen ever leaves the third rank, I get bishop B3. So
you've just got a bad feeling about it.
I've got a bad feeling about it. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to. I don't want to end up with any pawn. I don't want to have my pawns on the queen side. Really, I want to have as few as possible because I just have the feeling I'm going to lose them all if. So yeah, you might be right, but yeah, I really don't like it. I have to say.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think Marcus playing very well. I think so. Going to be a tough game for the white player there.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see then. Hebs and Louise.
Ooh.
Someone's only got 10 seconds left.
Queen G7, I think, is Mark's idea here.
So Queen G7. Is it's going to be? Oops. Oh gosh.
Does Queen G7 still work? Actually,
it does look like. Let's just see it. So Queen G7.
I think it works simply.
Takes.
Yeah.
Check. So if King takes, we've got Bishop F6 with mate.
Yeah.
So we have to go here.
Yeah, I go Rook H8 check. Rook H8 check.
Oh, we do. Takes here. Checkmate.
Accidental checkmate. Yeah. Yeah, and if you go Queen takes G7, which is also possible, I go no.
Right here, that's not possible.
After Queen G7. Yeah, Queen G7. I just take and go Bishop H6.
Bishop H6 here, and this will be checkmate as well, because wherever you go, then just go bishop there.
Yeah, so just a win.
So Hebs is going to win. So what does Louise come up with? Queen F8, and so Hebs is just checking the variations.
Indeed.
And he's 1 hour and 6 against 32 seconds.
Yeah, no, Mark playing.
She's been under a lot of pressure.
He certainly has. Mark played again, playing very well there. It's just the odds of old, really. You know, fast and you know, quite aggressive. Got his own.
No, it's really nice to see. Yeah,
knows his stuff. So no, it's good. I like seeing it because seeing Mark play some of the online events, didn't feel like the Hebs that we know really. So but since he's come back over the board, he's looked as if he carried on from his OTB play. So excellent.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, let's see how. We got a win there actually. So
let's see who's had a win.
Eggy. Yeah, that's right. White resigned. That was quite a few pawns.
Yes.
So let's have a look at Keith. How Keith is getting on against checkmate a lot.
Yep. Oh no, that's just our analysis.
That's our analysis. You called it. You called it. Rook D8 was played by Peter.
Yes. Okay.
And then Rook takes C8 happened.
Oh, this happened. Oh,
yeah.
That was probably not what he wanted.
Peter spent 12 minutes on that, but yeah.
He didn't have my lightning fast tactics.
So Rook D5. Yeah, this is horrible now. This is awful.
Yeah. And it's Keith as well. It's yeah.
Because I mean, you play Rook B5 afterwards, and
Rook B5 and do what you
and then just do what you like, really. Yeah. So, oh, wait a minute, that was a little careless.
Oh, what's that?
Well, no, I mean, King F2 would allow Rook E4, which is, but okay.
Oh, true.
And then the idea is
King F2, isn't he?
Yeah, I think you should probably. You should take on A5 here simply, I think, which will be good enough.
Yes.
And then after rook e2, you go rook b5, and yeah, the pawns, you can never stop those pawns.
Yeah.
So yeah, yeah, you probably didn't. You could have just gone f3 or g4 or something, and not allowed this, but it doesn't really matter. Rook takes a5 looks very strong. What you mustn't do is go king f2, rook takes a5. Sorry, king f2, rook e4, rook takes a5, because rook b4, rook takes f4 check rather, and rook b4 is actually extremely irritating.
Oh gosh. Okay.
So that's one thing you mustn't do. But if you take on a5 now, then it's just a win.
All right.
Thing is, that Keith would just win.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. As you play queen g7. Yeah, brilliant finish.
She resigned. Yeah.
Brilliant finish from the old man.
Well done, Hebs. Very nice. Nice game. Okay, we skip past Robert Starley. Ooh, something's happening here.
This is looking very bad for white.
This is actual play, not my analysis.
Yeah, this is looking bad for.
We weren't even up to here, were we?
No, we're a bit further because they went bishop d2. That was where we saw it. 13 bishop d2.
Bishop d2, and he did manage to do this castles.
Yeah, but there's a crucial moment here, and I think that was knight f3. I'm not sure. Bishop f3, to be honest, was what I was thinking of more. That bishop
because this was this line we were looking at before, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean the bishop's got to come back to f3, I think, because it's not doing anything on h5. And then afterwards, after queen d5, I think this was another error as well. b3. I think you had to go king b1 and just try and keep your king side. But maybe he was worried about d3. Actually, it's possible.
He probably was. Yeah.
But, but this has all gone horribly wrong here. a5, bit of alpha 0.
Yeah.
Chopper Rooney, bishop a3 check, king b1, knight d2.
That's where we are.
Indeed.
So he's going to recapture.
Well, yeah, but how exactly?
He's going to recapture with the queen, let's say.
Yeah, bishop b4 then.
Oh, and then bishop's just coming in on c3.
Well, queen a5 as well. So
yeah.
It's all happening.
No, this is looking good for Joe Mcphillips.
Yeah, I mean, very bold play. So lovely to see.
Okay, let's see Andrew Ledger and Ollie Stubbs.
Okay, bishop c5, interesting.
Bishop went to h5 in the previous game. Bishop went to h5 to deliver a check, and thereafter had to pray for the rest of the game.
Indeed, in silent contemplation. It's I mean, this is bishop c5 is a little bit. I was thinking more that the bishop would come to f6 just to keep on pressuring c3. Actually, that was my feeling. I'm not. Is black going to put the bishop on b6? But I'm not sure. I think you need to fight on the queen side. That's my feeling, not towards the king side. So this might be a slight mistake. I think it's the sort of thing that will allow white to get in, b3 or b4 and free himself. I think so. Not sure. I mean, it's still a big technical. Still going to be a tough old game, this one. But slightly surprised by that one. But okay, I mean, we will see. We will see. It's going to be a long one, this one.
Do you want to take control of the screen for a minute? I just need to pop to the loo.
Well, I think you should wait until the end of the stream, frankly, Natasha.
Yeah, we've only been going how many hours? 3 3/4 hours.
Yeah. My screen is shared, by the way, so I think.
Okay, I'll just put yours on. All right, see you in just a moment.
See you. Right, whilst Natasha's away, what amazing things can we do? I'm just actually going to check to see, is the British other championship starting up again yet? No, not yet. British under 8s. round 4. Nothing yet, but we will see on that. Okay, so where were we going through? Andrew Ledger we've seen. Theo, how's Theo going? So, well, actually, well, I mean, if I would say that the chances are still with white in principle here. Yes, yeah, I think there's a few people in big time pressure here. I mean, I think, you know, what white's going to aim for is to go h3, g4, takes, and then g5. So, yeah, I mean, if you start getting this, it could be quite dangerous. Presumably, black's going to have to go g6 at some stage, but yeah, there's still some danger. You know, the white king is more active than black's here. I don't know whether black's going to be able to. Not sure. I mean, black could try and play something like b5, rook c4, try and swap off the rooks. But I would have thought that with, you know, I mean, white's never going to be never going to be worse with this. You would have thought, or otherwise could try and get his rook active, come around the back here. That's possible too, but it's reasonably easy to counter. Yeah, not sure. Not an easy position for black. This I think, you know, probably only a slight edge objectively, but yeah, rook ending simply are tricky, you know, and it's very easy to get them a bit wrong. So yeah, going to see how that goes. But good effort from Theo, certainly. And then okay, we've had rook f6, e4, now g5. Wow. But yeah, I don't know. It looks like Neil's quite well prepared with his rook on g1 there, really. So yeah, I don't know. This feels like a really very difficult position for black. So, Nick has swapped off and also swapped off these bishops. Interesting. Now, So, I mean, I'm guessing that Nick's going to play a5, bring the king into c5. Is that really? Are there really any winning chances there? I would say no, to be honest. That's the thing. I see maybe Nick's seen something that I haven't. Quite possible, but I don't really see the winning chances there. I mean, this f6 move. I mean, you could let black take that pawn and have those triple pawns, and I don't think that. Yeah, I don't know. Don't think that would be anything in particular either. So, going to be a very difficult one. Very difficult one to. Yeah, pushing a5. Not sure really. Not sure. I just actually want to keep the piece, the pawns as they are like that design, and I don't think that there's a win there. So hi, Danny. So knight e4 has been played. Oh, okay. Well, that was surprising because I thought that queen b2 would happen first. That seemed like a really natural move.
Yeah. Oh, white took on g4.
Yeah, white took on g4 immediately, and then knight e4 happened. I mean, it's still very strong.
Oh, because the g4 was the tactic, but yeah, in that other line. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, he's took on g4, so knight e4. It's probably, I mean, still very, very good, but yeah, just surprises me somehow. I thought that he would.
Is there a tactic in this line?
Well, I mean, no, I'm thinking that after e takes f5, probably Danny will probably just go bishop d4.
Okay.
And then saying that long term, you know, the king side is too weak, which is a decent approach, I think. But yeah, just I thought queen b2 was even stronger, but yeah, it's going to be good. Let's have a look. This is Svetlana did play the move I said should never be played.
Oh,
B3.
And
yeah, I mean, look, the point is we're going to go rook A3, and then we're going to threaten rook B3. So you're going to have to go bishop D1 here. And yeah, I mean, this looks miserable. So I mean, I'm guessing that we sort of play D5 C5, get this going in some way, and it'll work somehow. Yeah, I mean, still some technical work to do, but looks really good for Marcus. Marcus won. So Robert Starley.
Okay.
Has played C3.
Okay. I suppose Black can just take that.
Well, I mean, this I could go Queen B3, check.
Yes.
Not the Queen B2. I could take and go Bishop C3. That's the. I mean, if I want to be brilliant, then I can go here and here.
Yeah.
At which point Natasha will shower the board with gold coins.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just so many ways. I mean, Bishop C3 is also good. I think it does Queen A5 work? Maybe not completely. Well, yeah, that works too. I mean, Queen A5 also works. Takes, check, takes there, takes there. I mean, also winning as well. So, but I think Queen takes B3 is the simplest. So it looks like it's going to be a good game rewarded for Joe Mcphillips. Keith, he did it, didn't he? He just went rook takes A5. That's right. To rook B5. You can rely on Keith for this sort of thing.
He's going to try and queen that A pawn.
Yeah, and you know what? He might just succeed.
He's going to succeed.
So, yeah, a very smooth game from Keith, and yeah, I'd be interested. I'll probably end up having a look at this, just this moment actually, because I'm quite intrigued. I said I thought A4 was just keeping control, and this plan was quite nice. I mean, just swapping off his dark square bishop and getting entry points, but just wonder. I don't know whether it was the very best. It'd be interesting to see, but was certainly extremely effective in this game. So yeah, very well played, Keith. Good game. Then we've got Andrew Ledger, which is going to be a long one. Yeah, King moving over to C2 now, and also looks like Black's going to try and play A4 here, I think, and clamp down on the B pawn. That's an interesting plan. Brave plan as well. Obviously, weaknesses on E4 and on C4 and A4 there, but not a bad idea. Okay, so I think A4 is going to happen now. But yeah, I mean, maybe White plays A3 and then moves the rook, gets the bishop to C1, and sort of manages to start maybe using some pawns and pieces to attack on the king side, for example. Going to be quite interesting.
How's Theo going?
Okay, so yeah, I think we're maybe going to end up with a draw by repetition here.
Okay.
Rook E6 check and then rook E2. I don't think that Theo's got any more than this. Actually, I think you can just consider a well-played game, and then I think there was just that moment where knight B5 was played instead of knight D5 was played instead of knight B5. I think knight B5 would have been, a good way.
I tell you, drawing with a FIDE master is pretty good.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think but I think yeah, just need to just readjust. Obviously, you've been pressing all the time, so keen to carry on. But I think yeah, a draw by repetition now would be the a good simple way to play, and yeah, well deserved draw there.
Can Black avoid if Theo goes rook E6 and then rook back to?
Yeah, I don't really think that Black's got very much, to be honest. I mean, if the rook moves away, then you can come in with King G5, and White's got this very simple plan of H3, G4, G5. So I think the only person who stands a chance to lose is black, really. So I would sort of suggest a draw by repetition would be a good one to take here. But we'll see. We'll see whether. Rook E6 has been played by Theo, and then especially with the time situation. I think. So, but good first game from Theo. Really good.
Yeah. So very, very, very impressive.
So Neil continuing to pick up on the weaknesses that get created as Amir Abbas tries to create something. So yeah, we're going to get the knight into f4 and probably h4 as well, and then we've got this h5 weakness as well. So it really is a bit of a it's a terrible position for black. You can't. And just really, the opening just went a bit wrong, and then after that somehow Amir Abbas didn't really have much to do. It's just one of those things. You just got to wait for white to roll you up, really. And that was. And I have to say that Neil's done this very nicely. King h1, rook g1, very nice prophylactic idea. So so let's have a look at this one. I was wondering,
Oh, so did Richard take the rooks off in the end? He did,
and then the bishops as well. I was thinking, that after f6, you could actually just allow black to take on e5, because those triple pawns are not
the Irish pawn centre, as I've heard it called.
Indeed. So, but he took off, which was fine too. Yeah, king's going around c5 and c3. You'll have to play a5. I go b3, and then I don't really know what I just don't know how you're making progress, really. You can always make more progress than you think, but still, I can't see this happening at all. So could be a good draw for Phil Brooks, or we might see. Are we going to see Nick Pert doing some endgame magic? So look, rook takes f5. This is Danny Gormally. So question of just finishing this one off now. I think that's the.
He's going to come around, is he? To I was thinking he's going to go to like rook h8 and come around that way, but he's bringing his queen around this.
Well, he's attacking a6 at the same time. So so queen h5 check is coming in. Yeah, this is gone. This is gone. Very nice game from Danny. Very, very nice. Yeah. Game. Really showing.
Yeah, it is a nice game.
Showing some class there. Really, really did. So I think from the black side you can just say came across a player playing a very dangerous attacking player playing at his best there. So excellent play. Marcus doing the grindy.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah.
All the pawns coming up. Yeah. This is this is your analysis. No, this is real.
Yeah, no, this is real. And c4 coming in, and maybe you might need to protect the pawn on b4 first before you do it, or depending on situation, you might just be able to play c4 quickly. And for example, if you go king e3, I can just go c4 and you're pinned. But if you did something like h4, I could probably also go c4. Because after rook b4, I go rook a2, and I think this one's falling.
Still pinned.
Well, okay, maybe got rook c1 in this position. That's maybe okay. But, that sort of thing, really. It's it really is a difficult position for white. So, it looks like Marcus is... and I like Marcus's game a lot. I like the way he played a lot there. So... But Mark played well. Actually, I think we're seeing quite a few of the top players here playing some very nice chess. Actually, some very good games there. So,
what's your early tips for the tournament? Who do you think will be the new British champion?
If I had to guess, I'd say. Nick's definitely the strongest player in there. Only Nick doesn't play very much at all. He's focused on his coaching and everything like that. So I think he's a bit out of practice, really.
And the other thing, Nick's quite solid, isn't he? So he might have more draws.
Yeah.
Even though he's very strong.
Yeah.
It's possible.
That's right. So, I mean, in principle, Nick is definitely the strongest. But yeah, lack of practice and also solid style. He'll be there or thereabouts, but I'm not sure. If somebody gets a run in, then I'm not sure. I mean, looking at the games so far,
we're 9 rounds, aren't we? It'll help him it being longer, I think.
Yeah,
9 rounds. Yeah.
I mean, looking at the people today, I think Danny's looking good, and indeed, and Marcus looking very good. I think they've played. They've looked. Danny's looked has played a lovely attacking game, and Marcus has played a beautiful positional game. Really nice. So they're in great shape. Then you've got. I say probably those three, the top 3 seeds, are looking very good. But then you see Mark, who's I think it's looking like the Mark we knew before. So
let's remind me, Hebs has been British champion before.
No, never.
No,
never.
Oh, I would love to see him do it.
Yeah, no, I think that would be very popular. And then of the other well-known players, Keith is looking like himself again, as well. So it depends. I mean, he won the British Online Championship. I mean, absolutely, he can do that too.
What about the junior play, like Theo and Freddie Gordon? Are we going to see any little upsets, do you think, along the way?
Loads. I think we're going to see loads of upsets, and that's kind of I mean, they're the sort of the randomizing factor, I think, because they really are people I think Freddie could actually probably beat any of the players in that tournament, I think, not to say.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if he won the event, but that would cause a stir, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
but I agree with you that he'll be up. He'll get points, and
I mean,
he'll be right up there.
He's he's a really dangerous player, and he's confident, and we saw at the online championship how strong he was. So. Yeah, no, I mean that, and looking at Theo playing, today, I mean,
but it is different in person, isn't it? Because they're just going to see he's very small. Do you think that will make, say, Hebs or something?
Yeah, that can psych you out.
Do you think that makes a difference?
I can definitely psych you out a little bit. Yeah, absolutely. It's. So yeah, no, I mean, there's going to be all sorts of things there, and then I mean, you look at Joe Mcphillips, a very nice game today. Sort of with that sort of style, yeah, you could make some stuff. But I didn't say Nick is going to be there or thereabouts, but again, you have a few doubts about lack of practice, also generally solid style. When he's in form and playing, that solid style is a huge advantage. With a bit less practice, it might turn out to be, a little bit inhibiting. But we're going to see. Yeah? He's a very strong player. And then, looking at the first games, both Danny and Marcus Harvey look to be in practice and in good form. So,
and what about the kids? If they're small, can they do something to give themselves a bit more board presence? And is it worth them trying, do you think?
Just play good moves. That's
good really moves is going to be the way. Yeah, no, you're right. Nothing fancy.
Yeah, but yeah, I said the old guard Keith and Mark definitely going to be there or thereabouts, and I mean, but it's a very open tournament really, because normally you have David Howell playing or Mickey, and you sort of. You can sort of put your money safely on them. Didn't happen in the online tournament, but the online tournaments are slightly different. It's a slightly different way of playing, really. But just over the board, if Mickey or David were there, you'd really put some serious money on those. With here, you've just got a range of good players, and I think probably the top probably 6, 7, 8 seeds, they could all beat each other, on their day. So it's going to be, I think it's going to be a very nice tournament to watch. I'm really
a bit of a thriller, isn't it? Yeah,
I'm really looking forward to it. So that's going to be good, really, and going to be a good tournament.
Let's see how Keith's doing.
I think his pawns should be quite a way forward by now. Rook b4.
So he was going for this A pawn.
Okay. King c6. What's happening here? So obviously a6 would allow rook e1 check to a1, so we don't want that. I must say, I was kind of expecting Keith just to go rook b6 and b4, actually.
He's still good, I guess.
Yeah. He's gone rook b6 check, king c7, rook b4. What's wrong with rook b6? And b4. Okay, he's playing h4, making it super safe, I guess. I mean, I would,
Simon, we're commentating on. We actually, I'm not quite there in the planning yet. We're certainly commentating on a lot more rounds. Oh, someone's trying to. My Twitch is trying to say, should I allow the F pawn to be? Yeah, I'll allow people to say the F pawn. It's not really swearing. Yeah, we're commentating tomorrow, and probably a lot more rounds too. But we're yet to work out exactly the timetable.
Yeah, so let's have a look. So Keith, we're expecting to win this, but Peter Finn putting up a great resistance. Joe Mcphillips has actually won now, so that's our third result.
Okay, him.
No, sorry, that was analysis. Bishop d1. Oh, he's gone c4. Indeed.
Okay.
So Bishop d1 was played, so he's gone c4. Yeah, this is powerful. Powerful. Yeah, we'll take like this, I think. Check, and we're covering the 7th rank. So e3 will even get this one as well. So pick up a pawn. Or is that no? That's probably not that one. I'm sort of getting a bit carried away. Probably rook a2, king e3. Actually, c3 is very strong here. Actually, isn't it? Yeah, c3 is just winning, actually. Looks like. Is that true? Because king d3, I've got rook d2 check. I'm threatening c2, so you can go bishop e2. That's what you can do. But then I go c2, king d2, c1. Oh, this is sharp calculation. Oh, he's played bishop c4. Okay. Oh, that's also pretty good. I think bc was winning, to be honest.
What's the idea? So if rook b4, we're going to take on a2.
Yeah, I mean, he's stopping for bishop e2. So after king e3, we can probably just go rook h2, and we've just got a clear extra pawn there.
Yeah,
that is very good as well. I think b takes c4 works, to be honest, but I'm pretty sure this is pretty good. Because bishop e2, I go c3. I don't see how you're stopping me. And if the rook leaves there, I go bishop c4. So and king e3, c2, and then c1. I think that was just winning, but yeah, this is a very good technical way of winning. So also very good. Okay. So we're expecting to see a black win there. Our called Peter Finn. We're expecting to see a white win there. Andrew Ledger, yeah, a4.
It's all decisive so far, except we think Theo will draw.
Oh yes, we're going to have a look at that one because there's been a few more developments in there.
Okay.
Bishop h6, but okay, this is still looking quite good for. It looks defensible.
Question: rook b7 check to c7 at the end. That must be in the Marcus Harvey game.
Oh, okay. Let's have a look.
I guess.
Check b4.
Or is it Theo game? I don't know actually.
B4. This is the Theo game. Yeah, this is. It should be drawn simply. I mean the rook's very strong here, and yeah, I think we just sort of wait patiently with white, and I don't think there's anything to be done there. So yeah, no, very good. I think very good play there.
Yeah.
And Neil Bradbury still looking strong. Yeah, I mean I think this pawn is.
Yeah,
it's going well. So yeah, looking very good, and these pieces still not developed there. So let's have a look. So we've got this one. So I'm wondering now whether Nick can make anything of this. I just don't know how that would be possible. I mean, if the king starts moving along, then you start playing b4, and and the only thing you've got e5. The only thing I could imagine is getting a bishop on f1 maybe.
Yeah.
And then playing e5 and f4, and after chop 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 you go e3, and you've got some chances that even that is.
While you're doing that, though, white could come and get the bishop on g6, say.
Well, yeah, I mean, how do you get the bishop to f1? it doesn't really, it doesn't really get there. So I can't for the life of me think how Nick's going to do that. But okay, I mean, he's going to have chances, but I guess he'll find some sort of chances.
Depends how long he wants to keep playing.
Indeed. That's also a very good point.
It's only round one, isn't it?
Well, that's right. I mean, you've got to think, how long. I mean, you want to always when you're playing, a weaker play, you want to show that, I was on top, So, but you mustn't go bananas either. Just you can also damage yourself, your own objectivity and everything by playing on in positions that have no merit for that. But yeah, okay. I mean, it could well be that Nick's has got some ideas that I haven't seen. I mean, that's always completely possible. So, be interesting to see. But just intuitively, first feeling is I can't think of any way at all in which Black could do anything here, which is why I wanted to keep the rooks on before.
Yeah,
it was at all possible.
Danny. He has won the exchange. We were thinking that.
Yeah, and he's given himself a little bit of a queen g3 check possibility now. So yeah, this is winning. I mean, if FE queen g3 check is going to be terminal, I guess.
Yeah.
Knight
e4.
And if knight e4, then
we take on d4 and threaten rook g7.
Yeah, I mean, there's a threat on g7 there, so you don't get to do anything, anything crazy really. So yeah, it takes e4. Just wondering, queen g3. I mean, it must be king f5. It's always the thing that happens to you in bullet, really. That you sort of say, "Oh, this must be winning," and then you somehow can't find the concrete way to win. And it just ends up being a nightmare because all of a sudden Black has 3 connected pawns and everything, But I think probably, I don't know, queen h3, queen check. I don't know. Oh.
Yeah, because you can't. I was looking to go check and then take the d pawn, but that would be terrible because then they go knight e2.
Indeed.
Queen, that'd just be not what you want at all.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. He's taken with a knight anyway, so. I think I would have thought that f takes e4 would have more chances really, but okay. Knight d4.
We're expecting queen d4 now.
Queen d4, I think, and
we're in.
And we're in. Marcus here, rook b4, takes, king e3. Yeah, and then I'm expecting rook h2 from Marcus there. I mean, also, yeah, I think rook h2. I mean, king d6 is also possible. Just to come in with king c5, support the pawn. But I mean, why? I think I would take the pawn. Yeah, and he's done that indeed.
Yeah.
And then the king's going to come in, and if white doesn't go g4, well, I mean, the point is, black gets the opportunity now to create a passed h pawn as well. So it's lovely. It's lovely. It's done very nicely. Maybe b takes c4 was quicker, but this is completely controlled. Keith against Peter Finn.
Okay, he has got his now rook on b6.
Okay, so what's happening? Oh, okay, he's got rook takes f6 afterwards. That's the idea. So I think probably what's Keith going to do now?
b4.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, just if b4, I go rook h4, rook f6, I go g5. That feels a bit unnecessary.
What if you go b5? The king and pawn only must be winning for us, right? For Keith. I'm making this up, of course. Making it up.
Yeah, you're just in time. You're just in time. You're just in time. Sorry, I thought if I got my pawn, if my pawn was one move further, then I'd make the draw with a pawn h3. But yeah, that's true. So he has played b4. So yeah, that is probably true. Oh, f5 played.
Okay. So white should get these pawns moving now.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's becoming time to do that. So yeah, I mean, I think rook f6 maybe. Would be an idea. Or maybe even, I don't even need to worry, maybe just go b5 straight away.
Yeah.
Probably good enough. Yeah, I think that's going to be a win. This one is going to be the longest game of the tournament. Ooh, that's a little bit risky.
Knight b6.
Yeah, because we can go bishop g5 check here.
f6.
Yeah, but then this, you know, we've got these guys lining up.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't think there's anything immediate, but then we just come back to here, for example, and then we've got this target. And if you go e5, I might have f4 or something. Starting to, yeah, you sort of have the feeling the position's just starting to unravel just a tiny little bit, you know. I think you really should have avoided creating that weakness. So yeah, we will see, but it's not easy to defend this position. Theo is looking pretty good still. I think, yeah, I mean, just checking the king. If the king starts moving away, then this pawn's a real runner, you know. And obviously, if the king stays close to the around the g pawn, then yeah, he can't. The black king can't help these. So
is that 1 minute left for Theo, or 1 hour? It's just 1 minute.
Hour.
Isn't it?
1 hour.
1 hour.
Yeah.
Is it really? Okay. He's
played
good
very fast. He's played very fast. Yeah, this is still pretty difficult here. Okay. Do we have no, we don't have yes, we do.
Yeah, we do. Okay, let's have a quick peek at the G. Okay, this is a big match, I think. Harry Bryant
against Kai Hanash. So Harry has attacked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pawn down, pawn sack, but obviously got the bishop into d6. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, white position is feels a little bit loose as well. So it's quite a sharp one, this one. h5. I think maybe Kai's thinking of playing something like rook h8, bishop h6, and getting the king across to g7, maybe. A plan like that. I don't know. That feels a bit slow somehow, but yeah, I don't know. There's stuff like, you know, maybe put the king on e2 and play a4, start hitting like that. Knight c5 also very natural. Though, to be honest, I would have thought you might have spent a little bit more time on that. Playing very quickly, and this is an extremely complicated position, but okay, that's how it goes in the under 10s. So a very sharp game there. Then we've got Jan Murawski, who's had some very quick wins, despite blundering a piece in one of them. And yeah, I mean, active position, you know, just knights in the center, rook behind it. What can you say? It's going to be quite interesting. Emil Steiner's. Oh, this is well-known line. This, but somehow, yeah, it's just a pawn sack basically. So
there's another French defense.
Yeah, it's a French defence, a Milner Barry, this one, but
Okay.
a little bit passive here from white. Queen c2, bishop c5, and rook e2. So, yeah, I have the feeling that that white's going to run out of attacking steam quite soon. Sian Moore against, now this one's just really started. Slight edge for white, just a bit more space, but solid position for black. So, Jacob Liu against Alana Ashton. Nice for black, this position. Yeah, nice pressure against the centre. Come with d5 later. Yeah, looking quite nice. Actually, f5 might even be a good idea here. Just ef, bishop f5, get all these pieces attacking. Looks very good. Looks very good. This is looking rather. Ooh, good lord, that was played.
Oh, now what is happening here? Can we take on e5 with the knight?
We can take on e5, and then we take, and then we're threatening knight f3. We could throw in bishop b5 check though. Yeah, I don't know. Queen e5 takes, bishop b5 check, king d8 maybe, castle's queen side. A little bit crazy.
Yeah.
Not sure what's happening there. Could be very dangerous for black. So interesting. I mean, I would have expected normally that the black should be able to survive something like this.
But why don't black could just castle, right?
Black could just castle, indeed, which would probably be better than taking on e5. Yeah, no, they're playing quite nicely, I have to say. The under eights as well. So
yeah.
Oh,
I'm raised for the f7 checkmate. I know. Yeah. This is more like it. This is.
Arseny. Oh dear me. So a piece is dropping there, I'm afraid. So wow, do you see what Arseny did? So after knight g5.
Oh, this is the chat was just talking about attacking f7. So
indeed,
yep, two knights.
We played a move I've never seen before, which is knight takes e4.
Okay, you can't do it. Is that right?
So if knight takes e4, then d is quite clever.
Yes, clever.
So
clever.
Bishop f7.
Okay, bishop f7.
e7, d4. h6 was played. Knight e4, king f7. But somehow you don't quite seem to survive it.
It's the light square.
Bishop d6, queen f5. Oh,
queen f5.
That's a piece gone. That's a piece gone, I'm afraid.
Oh, and you're just being creative. You see, that's the it's a tough old thing.
And last, Raisin Catabay against Cameron Grover. Quite a sharp Sicilian here, but I think e5 looks quite strong here. That will pick up a piece. And maybe you throw in b3 first, just to be confusing there. Looks like black's got a good version here. Normally you don't want the bishop on g2 with white. A bishop should be on h3, ready to sack itself on e6. So yeah. Okay, that's interesting. Let's have a look at the British under eights.
Yes.
Oh,
what? That didn't happen.
Can't have happened.
That didn't happen.
No.
I think the game finished and then someone set it up and started again or something just to show it.
Yeah.
I don't believe that.
No, that seems a bit strange. So Ridvik Deepak Ambatu against George Chen. Yeah, white considerably better here, obviously with two rooks on the 7th. But yeah, I mean, yeah, black does have chances to swap off some of the pawns there. So not 100% clear that it's lost. But yeah, obviously, I would have thought white will end up winning this. Whoa, this is a confusing one. What's happening there? This pawn on c7 is quite dangerous. Yeah. Wow. Just trying to feel like I should have something decisive here for black, but there's no objective reason for thinking that. No, I think White's actually doing quite all right actually. I mean, the move you want to play is rook e2 and knight f3, but there's this whole problem of d8. That is quite, f3 and h3. Yeah, that's possible. That one's
possible. It is possible, isn't it? I think that probably didn't happen in the top board on the under 8s.
But these guys,
it's not impossible.
Yeah,
these guys are surprised though.
Yeah, these guys are way better than this, all of them. So yeah. It's this is Zoe Veslo against Sachin Kumar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So black a pawn up. Yeah, one compensation for White with the open G file, bishop, and a slightly offside knight. But yeah, quite unclear. But general black reasonably happy. Victor against Dil Darav. White black is a piece up here, so looking pretty good. There's a fork.
Yes.
The black is definitely going to pick up material there. So looking very, very good.
So yeah, White's question is, can they generate anything from there?
So yeah, no, it's the dark square. Yeah, you don't really have the right sort of attack.
Got a dark square bishop, have you? So
yeah, that's right. So I think we're.
I was thinking you could do like knight e5 and knight g4, but there's so many things wrong with it. Like f5 defends anyway.
Yeah, I'm afraid this is. No, it's looking very good for black. This is a wild one. There's a rook's actually gone already. Wait a minute. Now we've got bishop takes d5 here, so it's going to be a rook and a piece down, I'm afraid, there for. So it looks like Oleg is going to pick up a win there. And then Benedict against, and this is about even. White's a pawn up. F7 is weak, but d3 is attacked. That's quite unclear, really. After d4, I could play, I guess, knight takes c4, rook f7, king g6 would maybe pick up the bishop. But yeah, d4, knight c4. No, not clear. Not clear. It's. I always think a slight edge with the two bishops, but let's have a look. It looks like Nick Pert has finished.
Okay. Is it a draw? I would predict a draw.
Just refresh.
Still going.
It must be a draw, I think. Yeah, it must be a draw. Yeah. I can't imagine that. Yeah, they're just leaving there. So yeah, I would think that's finished in a draw, but we will see. Theo Cowrie has drawn with.
Okay, nice result. Well done, Theo.
Very good question.
Nice game.
Quick question.
There you go, Jessica. What's your question? Did that actually happen? We probably did not. We don't know for sure, but probably not. I might email my friends and see if they.
That would be nice, just to.
No. Oh gosh. It's a lot of emails from the Hull organisation team.
Well, wait a minute. They seem to be playing. Yeah, you're right. There was a draw up there, but.
Oh.
Yeah, Theo still seems to be playing. A draw.
Oh, okay.
I think they put it on the wrong one. So it was Phil Brooks against Nick Pert. That has been a draw. It is a draw indeed. Danny's still playing against Lawrence. Lawrence putting up a hell of a fight. Jesus. I would have thought he would have, resigned years ago somehow, but or would have been forced to resign years ago. But he's still going on, still fighting. So Danny's still got to put it away and find the mate. But yeah, would expect it to appear fairly soon. But yeah, great great rearguard defensive effort from Lawrence. Marcus Harvey has got rook and pawn versus rook. This is going to be, in principle, this should be just very, very good. Trying to work out. I mean, yeah, this is just completely winning this, completely winning. So Marcus looks set, but I mean, every board, everyone's putting up a huge fight. Peter Finn also putting up a huge fight here. So yeah, I thought he was going to be dead and buried ages ago, but still, you know, still fighting in there. So really, really good. And yeah, I mean, what's going to happen there? Are we going to go? Are we going to go King B8?
On chess results, it does show that White has won that game on board one. In the under 8s.
Okay. The White has won.
The White one. It shows White won. It's saying George Zhao has won against Qixiang Han.
Okay.
1-0 it's showing. So yeah, I would not think it happened.
Yeah, no, I think probably somebody reset the board or something, and yeah, maybe the live game didn't go properly, and yeah, This is quite interesting, this game. So beat rook c6 check. It's not completely finished yet, this one.
For sure.
So king b8 has been played by Peter. That's what I was thinking. And then if rook c4, I mean, I guess we go g5 simply. Try and do that. Has Danny Gormali finished? Yeah, that will be mate. So looks like, and look, he's left already. So it looks like Lawrence resigned there. Well, he was mated. So fantastic.
Danny, yeah.
Very nice game from Danny, but a great rearguard action from Lawrence there. So game's appearing now. Oh. Oh, what's happened there?
What's that?
Well, that wasn't necessary, was it? Because e5 was played, g5 check in between, and then king g3.
Okay, so rook moves.
Yeah, then I go e takes f6, which can't be the.
Yeah.
Can't be the idea. Is black even winning anymore now? I don't think so.
Gosh.
Yeah, don't know how you.
She is good at saving positions, Svetlana. I've seen it loads of times.
Of course, extremely hard. I mean, to be honest, when I saw when we got this position, oh, that was beautiful. Do you see what she? Oh, that was a very nice saving attempt. Bishop a4.
Yeah.
So takes rook takes, a3 takes a2. Yeah, somewhat different challenge somehow for black there, but yeah, wow. So that was a nice defensive find already, because it's obviously more complicated than just being in complete control before. And, wow. Yeah, on the increment.
Oh, she's in it all playing on the increment. God.
You're right.
No, she's really good at this stuff, I tell you. I've seen it before. Yeah.
Yeah, excellent. Oh, good Lord. But yeah, that'll be such a well-played game from Marcus, for so much of it. It's just chess, isn't it, really? It just, can be very cruel sometimes. You know, with you play a great game and still, you know, stuff goes wrong at the end, really. So okay, so Andrew didn't play anything like bishop g5, but he's now starting to nibble away at the pawns here. So I mean, bishop b6 and bishop a4 will be possible. Yeah. Now, it's not clear that that's what you want to do, but actually, it's not easy to necessarily to remove the pieces from these squares. So yeah, I mean, Andrew doing a great job, you know, of just giving his opponent every chance that he can to go wrong. So and there's still plenty of possibilities for expansion on the king's side. So lots more to go. 3 minutes against 5. Yeah, very interesting. How's Theo doing? This must end up as a draw, you would have thought. Because I can't believe that Black would be brave enough to put his king all the way over to c5. So yeah, I mean, I would expect that this would just be a draw. Oh, actually, I think Theo's thinking about doing the repetition, actually, because it does seem to be heading for repetition there. Obviously, he's got plenty of time, though, so no need to rush on that one. And Neil looking very good there. Still no sign of the black rook or bishop, so yeah.
Yes, they're pretty stuck.
Okay, f4. Oh, we know Amir Abbas. He's a clever player. He's always tricky. So I think it may be a move like gotta watch out because FG and but maybe we can simply
FG. Don't we just take back with our king?
There's knight f5 check.
Knight,
yeah. I think queen f8 is going to work. Takes king g2.
Yeah.
You go queen h4, and then I go queen f6, and then I go rook h1. That's going to work.
That looks good.
So if you could play bishop b7, of course, but you're too late. So, but a good attempt there. So, Suksikova, Svetlana. So Marcus still thinking. How's Marcus looking actually? Oh, he's looking a little bit. Just sitting back on the chair, looking a bit. Oh my goodness!
What have I done?
But I tell you, I mean, the number of rook endings I've messed up in Bullet, it just reinforces how difficult they are. These endings, it's
yeah.
So how's it going? Okay, rook b6 check from Keith. Okay, I think he's just repeating moves just to eat up some time there, I guess. I mean, I guess you just play king c7 back again. I mean, this has got quite tight somehow, this game. Really has.
We put on so much pressure on Keith, don't we, by going on about how good he is at rook endings?
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. But
yeah,
he
likes it. He's fine. He's fine with that.
Fine with that pressure, I think. He expects it too of himself, I think. But somehow this has gone. This has gone confusing, basically. And.
So I would go rook c6, I think, because then if the king it goes back there, does it? Okay.
Yeah, and you're threatening rook f4 check, and then your rook's interfering with these pawns. It's sort of quite. For example, if you go a6, I go check. You can go maybe rook a4 or something, and you're just stopping.
It hasn't gone quite right for white.
It's gone all wrong for white.
Gone all wrong.
And then you got f4. I mean, who knows? Whether there's some precise way to calculate that you can do it, but it's gone really, really. It should have been so. It was so trivial, for somebody of Keith's strength, and it's just gone really wrong. So yeah, but okay, we'll still, I mean, a fantastic defensive effort from Peter, you know, but he's gone to A7. I wonder about that one.
A7. So what can we do about that? Look at.
Well, no, actually, what Peter's looking for there is he didn't want to give Keith a chance to go rook c6 to c4 again.
Yeah.
So he's just come out here now, and then so rook f6 is going to go rook f4 check, and then probably actually just go rook b4 probably. I think this is going to be just going to be a draw. I think we go rook f7, king b8 here, and then rook b5. And if you go rook a7, I just go, you know, f4. You can't do anything like that. So I think I think it's looking odds on to a draw for me.
Yeah.
Amazing. Oh, good Lord. Marcus has played rook h1, rook a2, fe. So he's now got rook and 3
Okay.
versus rook and 2.
Rook and 2. That's probably the best he had.
Yeah.
And it's possible we've seen that. We've seen Keith win these, haven't we?
Yeah, but the pawns are awful, really. I mean, we're going to go rook a6 simply. And, you know, then we just go.
Theo's game's drawn, says Hellraise. Well done, Theo. I mean, that's a great draw against FIDE Master for round 1.
Yeah, very well played. And that's, yeah, I mean, that was a very good game. And I think there's just that one. I think it was the inaccuracy knight d5. I think knight b5 and you had a very big advantage. So good prep, but good play. Yeah, against a 2300 FIDE Master, excellent start, and great to get half point. You know, start like that, really good. So
and these games are actually rated as well, so they will get a good few rating points, I would hope.
Yeah, it's a great achievement. So be disappointed. That's good too, but yeah, you know, I mean, I think yeah. Good to want more, but also good to be realistic as well and say, okay, I played well. I didn't make any, didn't play any blunders there. I kept on playing well all the time. First round, always tricky.
It's a long tournament as well.
Long tournament. So,
yeah,
just got to keep on building on stuff like
that's
that.
Just round 1.
The wins will come by themselves. That's so no, excellent play, excellent play. So we've got Andrew Ledger now. Andrew has won a pawn, managed to exchange off a pair of rooks, which is quite nice. And rook d3 to f3. Okay, so Oliver's abandoning his c4 pawn, which makes me rather nervous. So I think that's going to be.
This has got to be good for white then.
Bishop b5, rook f3, bishop c2, bishop f2. 3 connected pawns, and they're faster than. Yeah, I think it's looking very good for Andrew there. I'd expect that to work. I mean, actually, you could also play bishop c6 to be really safe, but I quite fancy just going bishop b5 and dashing for the win there. I think. Suksikova, yeah, rook a6 played. I don't think you're never going to beat white with this, I'm afraid. So that's a shock. That's a shock because I thought Marcus was playing quite beautifully, actually. So, yeah, I mean, excellent. A really tough defensive performance there. So, yeah, no, I think this one is just going to end in a draw now. I think Keith should just repeat, I think.
Yeah.
I can't think of a single way in which he could get a win here.
Yeah. And the same comment applies, actually, for these players. It's just round 1.
Yeah, of course.
There's lots of rounds to go.
Yeah. I think we're. I think both Keith and Marcus were playing quite beautifully, but they've come across some very determined resistance. Yeah, what can you say? Just this time that resistance has paid off. So very well played, Svetlana and Peter. But we've seen Peter, defending very, very well. I mean, he's a his rating is 1959 here, but I mean, on in the online championships, he was 2300 performances. So he's a tough guy. So
I think Blue Grey Haze. I think Ketty is playing in the women's. That's what I heard.
Okay.
So which should be great. Yeah. So.
And so Scottish players, is it just Hamish we have?
I think so, yeah. I think
Hamish
so.
in this, but we do have her in there.
Jonathan Rowson really has retired from chess. And John Shaw, Argard, they're both, John Shaw is, they both work for Quality Chess, so an editor for that. And Jakob Argard is, as well as doing that, he's also a coach, of course. So, but I don't think any of them are playing regularly, or maybe Andrew Greed, who's an IM, who's also works there. He plays a little bit more, plays club league matches and stuff like that. But I think most of those guys have moved on to something else apart from playing.
We're forgetting one Scottish player, a very important Scottish player, Matthew.
Oh, really?
Freddie Gordon.
Freddie Gordon! Indeed, we didn't see him today, of course, because
he didn't play. He got a bye today, but Freddie's playing.
But Freddie, indeed, 1523 rating. But watch this guy. So
yeah, I don't know. Maybe they travelled as a group. Sometimes when you've got a group of friends, you go, and then if one stops you, they might all. Don't know. Don't have a good reason. And Matt Turner. Yeah, no, Matt Turner does play for Scotland as well, doesn't he? And he normally does play the British, but I don't see him playing here. He did play the online Britishers.
Yeah, I think this is probably. I mean, this is term time, right? Isn't it? And he's. So.
Yeah, he's probably busy. Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of British championships this year because of all the online ones. So I guess not everyone can play all of them.
Yeah, no, it's true. I think, yeah, but I think I think it's wonderful that this one was organised. Yeah,
no, really.
But it wasn't the best. It's not the best time for it. So I think you're obviously going to get also with just coming out of COVID. I think you're going to get obviously a lower entry, but it is nice that it's taken place. I think it's really really important there, and yeah, venue looks fine. Looks
lovely and spacious, doesn't it?
Looks lovely and spacious and all that. So and the chess today has been thrilling, absolutely excellent. So yeah. So we've got 3 games going. Svetlana Sviksukova against Marcus Harvey. An amazing rearguard action from Svetlana to hold a draw when really Marcus seemed to be playing at the a very high level. The high level he's been displaying all summer actually. So amazing draw there. So very well played.
We should check the juniors as well, of course.
Yeah. I had a little check whilst you're away. I'll check again. I mean, Peter Finn, that we know very well from online chess, checkmate a lot. Looks like he's going to hold the draw unless something very strange happens. So that's really really amazing, and very well done, Peter. And then we've got this tough game. He played b4. That's also interesting. Between Andrew Ledger and Oliver Stubbs, but it looks like Andrew Ledger is doing his normal stuff, grinding away and making it. So not over yet by any means, but looking quite good for White here so far. Let's have a look at the because the games are still going on here. Wow. Harry Bryant against Kai Hanash is a bit of a wild battle, but we've got a big problem with a knight on h6.
Ooh.
My goodness. Actually, that's looking like a lost knight on h6.
It's out on a limb.
Indeed. So that's looking very good for Black. That's really looking very strong. Jan Moravsky, he's not he's won some quick games and had some big attacks, but not managing yet. White's very solidly entrenched in the center there, so that's going to be a tough old game. I think White's definitely better in this position. I think this one. So Emil Steiner. So pawn sacrifice from White early on, but hasn't really got going. And now threat of d4. in principle, black's got a very nice position here. Jan Ward against, yeah, so black's got the 2 bishops now. So I'd say that, that black's doing quite nicely. It's got a sort of position where you've got to be very patient. But yeah, it's Zach Shire playing. Is Zach Shire playing?
Zach Shire playing. What I heard was Harriet was playing. Let me just check. I don't know if I can check.
Playing. Wow.
I heard Harriet's playing, which will make it a very exciting tournament. And Shire, I actually can't remember. I think she might be clashed with University, but I'm not sure. I'm going to just try and research that in the background.
So Elena Ashton there, very strong move, rook b1, attacking the bishop on e1. That looks like it's going to be a win for black. This one is looking very, very good for black. Look at all those.
Oh, it's good. It's got Harriet, Ketty. It's not Shire, but Kata Toma and Zoe Varney, Neve Bridgman, Lindsay Pune, Swati Singer, Prachi Aurora, Julie O, Shambhavi, Harriet Harron, who we've seen play today. 10 players at the moment. Yeah.
Actually here as well. So good tournament. Excellent.
Yes.
Then Alfred Arseni is still a piece down, I'm afraid. So not looking good. And Racing Katabai. Well, White's done pretty well, really. But still a big advantage there. This White King is very weak indeed. So going to be difficult for the black player there. Let's have a quick look at the British under-8s. Oh, there we are. That was game reconstructed to move 23 due to players moving pieces before start of the round.
Okay.
Oh, dear me. So, okay, so got to this position and White won eventually.
Yes, there's a fork happening on the c6 here.
Indeed. So, okay, this one. Oh, good Lord. What is that rook ending? That should be drawn, I think, really. You can check, get your pawn running well. Matthew, are you confident about what you've just said? Not amazingly.
Mm-hmm.
I think it should be drawn. This one. So we will see how that goes. Oh, good Lord.
Ooh, that's a lot of things lined up on the 7th.
Yes, that's looking quite good, that one. Zoe, oh, we've just seen in time. We said that there was some compensation for the on the old G file. So how did that attack go? Oh, rook d6, fg. Oh, that powered through, didn't it? Well done, Zoe Veselo. Good luck, Sachin. We've just seen a mate as well.
Right.
Oh,
gosh, we've just seen a back rank mate.
Then we've got Oleg Verbitsky, who's a lot of material up. So that's going to be a win very soon. And we've got this game where black's doing very nicely here. Pawn on e4 is probably going. Actually, knight e6 would also be quite unpleasant. So, looking very good for black here. Now let's have a look. What have we've still got 3 games going. Marcus, Svetlana against Marcus, Keith against Checkmate. So, okay. So that's strange. Peter gave this tempo somehow. But okay, still should be.
Is Keith playing for a win?
That is the question. I mean, the point is rook b5 is happening next. So, yeah. I mean, king d3, rook b5, rook a7. That's the only, that would be the way to try and do it. I go f4, king c4. The thing is, you've given white a tempo, which is really strange. You could have this with a tempo there. So now I'm slightly wondering.
Okay, you can kind of see potential here, can't you?
You can definitely see potential here, indeed. Yeah, maybe rook f5, a6, f3.
Take on
Potential.
h7.
Rook b7 check, king a8, rook to h7, rook to f8.
King somewhere.
How are we going to do this? b7, king a7, king b5, king c5, f2. Unfortunately, I think we're quicker simply. b7, we've got king a7 anyway. Whatever. I mean, I don't know. It feels risky.
Yeah.
I mean, this is really, this would be really risky to try this. I wouldn't have thought it would work. I said just a bit strange that an extra tempo was used there. I think, but yeah. But it still looks drawn to me. And Andrew Ledger. Okay, so Andrew's gone bishop b5, so he's going for the old. Going for the pawn now. If king d5, I'm guessing that we've got. Oh no, it's not strictly true. Well, actually, I mean, we could try there.
Oh yes, with the fork.
You go rook d5, and then I go f3, and I do this. I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, Magnus Carlsen famously in a blitz match went for one of these and just assessed it perfectly that it was winning. But I'm not 100% sure. I mean, what you could also do is do something like this, and then maybe come here. Looking for bishop f7. Possible. I mean, it looks really stretched. You could also just play a move like bishop a6 here, because then if you go rook f3, I've got bishop b7.
Yeah.
So that could also be an interesting idea. And then you're just going to move your pawn.
Moving, yeah.
Claim that the opponent can't do anything at all. That's maybe very strong as well. I think this should be winning for white. I mean, I think Andrew's done a great job there. So Peter's still got 11 minutes left. So yeah. Keith's sitting at the board, concentrating intently.
Oh, should we flick onto the players for a moment?
Let's flick onto the playing, because there's not so much happening at the moment.
Has that done it? Yeah.
So we got it'd be nice to
the whole
could you go full
screen? Side of the room's opened out, emptied off completely.
Could you go full screen actually, Natasha? Just
yes. There we go.
Oh, there we are. So we've got Keith. Actually, where are the other people? Actually,
they're all gone.
We're missing some
there
players.
Should be 3 games going, shouldn't there?
Yeah, actually, I think maybe Marcus drawn now. Actually,
it looks like it's over.
Yeah, that one's drawn. That one's drawn. It's true.
Okay, so just 2 games going.
Yeah, just 2 games going.
Okay.
So Andrew Ledger, who I guess is behind. I
think the person with the camera is maybe watching. The person with the camera, can we get a closer in of these people? Do you think? I don't know. You might be on a tripod. I have a feeling you might be on a tripod.
Or zoom in or something would be fun. So
that's Andrew Ledger.
That is Andrew Ledger indeed walking there. So
yeah.
Oh, that's true. That's really true, Blue Grey Haze.
It's well designed. Yes. I think that guy, who's that playing there in the jumper?
Oliver Stubbs. Oliver Stubbs
is having a bit of a yawn. Oh, is he playing against Keith? No.
No, that's Peter Finn there playing against Keith.
Yeah, I think he's feeling tired. Peter Finn.
Not surprised.
Keith just exhausts his opponent.
Indeed. I mean, Peter's a lot younger than Keith. So,
it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
So yeah, this is. I think this is probably. I mean, you can try.
Hey, I tell you what, Matthew. Just look at our Twitch at the moment. You can actually. We can look at the chess, but I can keep this. Looks like I can keep this picture on in the background.
Oh, okay, go for it.
Let's do that. So I'm going to make. So if so how do we do that? How do I make my one? I want to just switch around which one's big and which one's small. If I unshare and share, this might not work.
I don't think you can share two things.
No, we can, because we are right now. If you look at it right now, we are.
All right.
It's just that I've
you just
got
need
the
to
wrong
find
one
the layout for it then.
I've got the wrong one as big. If I turn that.
You've got lots of layout options, but
I'm going to turn that off, turn that on, turn this one on, and then turn your one on. Yeah, look at that victory.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, no, fantastic.
I'm so happy.
It is a little bit on the small side, but
yeah, true.
But they're very good. So, I mean, I'm not. Yeah, what would I try? I'd probably try Rook F6 here with White. Hoping you won't notice that I'm actually intending A6, but after Rook F6, King B7, then I think Rook F7, King B8, and it's time for time to head for a draw, I think. I can't really imagine that that you can make anything of this.
Yeah,
you can try. You can try. You know, I mean, you could. I suppose you could. Yeah, grab the pawn on H7, bring the king to the. Keep the king close to Black's kingside pawns, and then just try and fiddle around. It's possible. Yeah, Rook takes H7. I think this is what Keith is going to do.
He's done it.
So I'd expect Rook B5 probably here. And then Rook A7 is necessary. And then F4 probably, I guess.
You see, we're at the stage where Black could make a mistake. Because he was definitely sort of yawning and stuff.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's always possible. I mean, it's not. This is not. This is never trivial or anything. But I think, yeah, I don't know. I think that you know, I think what's going to happen is I go Rook B5, you go Rook there, I go F4, and then you could try, you know, with Keith just to do something like this and see. But then I go King C8 simply.
Yeah.
And there's just nothing for you to do. A6, I've got Rook B6, Rook C7 check. I go King here, and then this one's still hanging. You know, so I think, you know, as long as you're nice and patient and you relax like that, then yeah.
Well, what we could do is adjudicate this game drawn and the other one a win for Andrew, and end the stream if you want, if you feel like it's clear.
It is pretty clear, yeah. So
let's do that, because we have been going 5 hours. So
yeah, that's fair enough. That's right. So,
and that was that, and this is our second stream of the day. So okay, cool, excellent. Thank you, everyone, very much for watching and for all your comments in the chat. Hope you've enjoyed this round one of the British, and we are going to be back 10 a.m. tomorrow for the next round of the junior event, and so we'll see who becomes the junior champions I think it's again of the under 8s and the under 10s. What we could do actually is just look at how the results are going in the under 12s, 14s, and 16s.
Let's have a look at
that. Because that will be thrilling as well. If
I'll stop sharing and then you can.
Yeah, I better stop sharing actually because I need to share this other thing. I can only share one at a time, I think. Right. If I do chess results, let me actually do that better. Chess results, British Championship. And so, okay, let's look at progress in those. So under 12s, we have, can you see this? We have round 3. Oh, it's still going at the moment. We don't have the games, unfortunately, for this. What we can see is board 1 was a draw. Board 2, we've got Jude Shearsby against Dennis Dupuis. Lots of familiar names here. Board 3, Kenneth Hobson against Max Pert. And board 4, Tamnay against May Catterby. And Stanley Badiccioni has won on board 5 against Sebastian. And we've got Rowan Powell against Harry Zheng. And Avik Gut against Aditya. And Anusha with the bye. On the under 14s, round 3, we have at the top of the tournament Arjun Kalani against Sanjith Madhavan, who Sanjith often comes into our chat, doesn't he? He was playing on the Online British. And we have chess kids, because James Merriman is the son of John Merriman and Nina Pert is the daughter of Richard Pert, playing on board 2. We have Yongyi Wang against Shivam Agarwal. Demetrius Zakaran, another chess kid. I'm surmising the son of, now I've forgotten.
It's David, isn't it? Zakarian.
David Zakarian, yeah, against Raghav Vaja. Lucian Cox against Alex Royal. Josh Sharma against Emily Mayton. And Arman Fahari Far against Satyam Kumar. And, okay, and the under 18s. Now these are merged. It's under 18s and under 16s that are merged. We have, okay, on top board, we have Chavez Ali against Ayan Ismail Mohammed, who is Diamonaut, who we interviewed actually. And it's on the, if you want to see that interview, it's on the ECF YouTube channel. We have Stanbad's brother, Frankie Badiccioni against Edward Jackson, Magnus Borisov against Timur Kutulev, Adam Sikowski against Jake Barry, Aditya Pai against Jonathan Mackay, and Toby Can against Toby Cox. So let's see the ranking list won't be there yet because the games are still in progress. But good luck to all of those, and we'll just keep track of the results tomorrow. So we'll let you know who wins the championships.
Yeah.
And we'll follow. I think we've got the live boards again for the under 10s and the under 8s, so we'll follow those, and also the championships. So looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow, and thank you very much for watching.
Thanks for watching.